Chapter 191. In the empty sky, Xiao Yan watched the two light clusters slowly approach each other. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Both of his eyes stared intently at the two light clusters. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately separate the two. However, the worry in Xiao Yan's heart did not appear in the end. This allowed him to relax a little. At the same time, he also felt a little anticipation for the fusion of the two. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the pure spiritual origin slowly came into contact with Xiao Xian's soul fragment. The moment the two rays of light merged, they released an even warmer light, causing the darkness in the sky to quietly retreat. Xiao Yan poured out all of his spiritual strength and wrapped it around the exterior of the light cluster. This was to prevent him from being disturbed by anything that suddenly appeared. It was also to allow him to observe the situation within in greater detail. Xiao Xian's soul fragment had already reached an extremely fragile state. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to fuse with it. The current situation was that the wisp of spiritual origin was being split bit by bit. 1% of the spiritual origin was being extracted and injected into the soul fragment. As this process slowly progressed, Xiao Xian's soul fragment released a milky white light that was even brighter than before. Although the change was extremely small, it could not escape the careful observation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. This little change caused Xiao Yan's suspended heart to relax a little. Of course, this did not mean that it was over. This was only the beginning, and it was a very good beginning. As long as he could ensure that the wisp of spiritual origin was completely absorbed by Xiao Xian's soul fragment, it meant that he could absorb the rest of the spiritual origin. This was the result that Xiao Yan wanted the most. After all, this was the only way for Xiao Xian to truly have a chance of being revived. While Xiao Yan was splitting his spiritual strength and happily refining He Mu's spirit, time had already swiftly flowed by. After Xiao Yan ensured that Xiao Xian's soul fragment could absorb the spiritual origin on its own, he simply placed the refined spiritual origin into the jade bottle and waited for it to slowly fuse with it. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had left, returned. When he saw Xiao Yan's relaxed expression, Gu Yu instantly understood. If Xiao Xian's problem had not been resolved, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to reveal such a relaxed expression. Gu Yu randomly threw a cream-white light cluster to Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a smile as he spoke. "How is it? The matter of your ancestor has been resolved, right?" Xiao Yan took the ball of light with a suspicious look on his face. Then he nodded and let out a soft hum. Only then did he turn his attention to the ball of light in his hand. The ball of light in his hand was also a ball of soul origin. Judging from its aura, it was probably about 1/5 of the Blackwood origin. However, after sensing the aura on it, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim softly. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. Why does this aura seem somewhat familiar? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly recovered. The aura in this ball of light, why does it seem like Qing Mu's? Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and stared at Gu Yu. He pointed at the ball of light in his hand and asked with some uncertainty, "Old Gu, your spiritual origin, where did it come from?" At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was once again filled with anxiety. If it was really as he had sensed, wouldn't this spiritual origin in his hand belong to the Ginseng Spirit Tribe's tribe leader? If the Ginseng Spirit Tribe's tribesmen knew that he, an outsider, had taken something that belonged to their tribe leader, who knew what they would do to him? Gu Yu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's uncertain question. He opened his mouth and spoke in an unconcerned manner. He did not care and said nonchalantly, all right. This thing does belong to Qing Mu. However, this old man helped him regain his body. What's wrong with taking something from him as a reward?" Before Gu Yu's voice sounded, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. This old fellow in front of him was really powerful. He was not afraid of anything. Regardless of how one put it, Xiao Yan was the one who had extracted the other party's spiritual essence. Now, he had randomly tossed it to a little bandit. If the other party were to come looking for him, would this thing be Gu Yu's fault or Xiao Yan's? Gu Yu involuntarily laughed when he saw the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face. He gently waved his hand in surrender in front of Xiao Yan's grumbling eyes. After which, he laughed and said, he then smiled and said, "Why? This brat has already complained to this extent. As the person involved, you are not going to say anything? This old man also wants to know if you're really going to bite the hand that feeds you after I've done you such a big favor." Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows after his voice sounded. He followed Gu Yu's gaze and saw a figure standing in the empty space like a withered tree. He did not move at all. A dazzling green light was emitted from Gu Yu's heart after he spoke. Soon after, a rich life aura swept out. His body, which had been standing in the empty space, slowly relaxed. Both of his eyes were gently opened, and his life force was revealed. At a glance, He Mu had already disappeared after the dazzling green light flashed. The strange picture on the old man's body had also disappeared. His emerald eyes were filled with an intelligent brilliance. His body suddenly flashed the moment he woke up, and he appeared in front of Gu Yu. Both of his hands were cupped together as he bowed to Gu Yu like a junior would. "Junior Qing Mu greets Elder Hualing." Xiao Yan only understood when he heard this voice. No wonder Gu Yu acted so indifferent after extracting Qing Mu's spiritual origin. It was because Qing Mu was already aware of his identity. The corner of Gu Yu's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing this. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and said, "You actually woke up at that time. You actually dare to put on an act in front of this old man. Aren't you afraid that I will burn your ginseng's spiritual root?" The moment Gu Yu spoke, Qing Mu hurriedly buried his head even deeper into the ground and hastily said, he quickly lowered his head and said, "Elder, please do not blame me." However, this junior had yet to recover at that time. My spiritual origin was also extracted, and He Mu was removed from my body. This junior did not reveal himself in order to purify the remnant aura of He Mu in the ginseng spiritual root. But are you blaming this old man now? Gu Yu's words caused Qing Mu's face to be filled with horror as he hurriedly denied it. Gu Yu was not someone that the current ginseng spiritual tribe could afford to offend. Forget about his strength, just the fact that he had a fire spirit body was enough to sweep through their ginseng spiritual tribe. "This brat said that I have forcefully extracted your spiritual origin. This is my fault. Do you agree with him?" Gu Yu's words caused Qing Mu's eyes to harden. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and laughed. "Senior, you have helped me to take back my body. This is already a great favor to me. A little soul source is nothing. At the very most, I can slowly cultivate this kind of thing. Little friend Yan Xiao, please take it." Ha. Although he spoke in a relaxed manner, Xiao Yan could see that Qing Mu's head was covered in sweat. His spiritual origin had been extracted. At this moment, Qing Mu was already extremely weak. Talking about slowly cultivating was simply a joke. Spiritual origin was the lifeline of a living being. How could it be easily obtained through cultivation? Qing Mu would likely need hundreds or even thousands of years to recover this 1/5 of his spiritual origin. Looking at Qing Mu's appearance, it was obvious that he would not take it back. Since this was the case, Xiao Yan could only glare viciously at Gu Yu before putting it away with an apologetic expression. Chapter 192. Time quietly flowed by in this dark black world. In the blink of an eye, not much of He Mu's refined soul remained. At this moment, another cluster of light appeared in the medicinal cauldron. That cluster of light was He Mu's sealed Do Qi. The appearance of this cluster of light gave Xiao Yan a pleasant surprise. As long as he could completely refine and absorb the Do Qi within this cluster of light, all the Do Qi of a 9-star-ban emperor would be quite a great training resource. Of course, just like before, Xiao Yan would need to refine this Do Qi a couple of times in order to safely absorb it. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would be a little worried. The same repeated steps were repeated in the cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. Wave after wave of Do Qi was refined and purified by the heavenly flame. The Do Qi, which had originally been as thick as an arm, was reduced to a thin rope the thickness of a thumb. Although the Do Qi did not appear to be as good as before, the purity and quantity of the Do Qi were not much different from before. Of course, it was impossible to not consume the Do Qi while refining it. The strength of a heavenly flame was absolute. Although this Do-Chi was as large as a Do-Chi ocean, it had turned from a Do-Chi ocean into a Do-Chi lake under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame. As the saying went, one must first lose something if one wished to obtain it. This was what was happening in the cauldron at this moment. However, this did not matter to Xianxia. In any case, this Do-Chi was not something that he had cultivated. As long as it could be used in proportion to his strength, he did not care how much he consumed. Gu Yu, on the other hand, once again moved after fooling around with Qing Mu. He began to explore the deeper regions of this realm. Qing Mu watched Gu Yu's departing figure. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly surged out like spring water. He was able to sense a vague pressure when facing Gu Yu. Perhaps this was the attitude of an expert, or perhaps it was because Gu Yu was a heavenly flame. In front of a heavenly flame, it was difficult for these ancient clans, who were born from nature, to compare with it. Gu Yu's departure gave Qing Mu enough time to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act as relaxed as Xianxia. Hence, other than Gu Yu, who was roaming around, Xianxia and Qing Mu had entered a focused training state. After an unknown period of time, the silent atmosphere was broken by a sudden gust of wind. Qing Mu, who was in the midst of cultivating and slowly recovering, was nearly blown away by a gust of wind. However, Qing Mu was still a powerful cultivator. Although he was at a low point, this amount of astral wind couldn't hurt him. The figure sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly flashed and retreated 1,000 feet away. His eyes instantly stared at the center of the storm. With his sharp senses, he instantly knew that the source of the gale was there. However, when Qing Mu glanced over, he was involuntarily startled by the scene in front of him. The source of the gale was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's aura had already reached the peak of an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through the 3-star half-martial emperor realm and entering the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. With regards to this point, the frightening wind that surrounded Xianxia's body was the best proof. Qing Mu's expression changed when he saw that Xianxia was about to break through. His eyes hurriedly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At this moment, the medicinal cauldron was completely empty. The fierce heavenly flame had already scattered, and the 2 clusters of light within it had completely disappeared. Qing Mu instantly understood when he saw this scene. No wonder Xianxia was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It seemed that he had absorbed all the Do-Chi. Even so, Qing Mu did not rejoice. Instead, he frowned. His eyes stared intently at Xianxia as an unusual glint flickered within them. A moment later, Gu Yu's elderly figure swiftly hurried over from the distant void while the storm around Xianxia's body became increasingly intense. Although they were 500 kilometers apart, Gu Yu's eyes had already locked onto Xianxia, who was in the middle of the storm. At this moment, Gu Yu's face was filled with worry as he sensed the increasingly wild and violent storm around Xianxia. Even though this was the case, there was still some hope in his heart. Gu Yu and Qing Mu stood side by side as they approached. Their eyes were looking at Xianxia. Qing Mu naturally did not dare to be careless when he saw Gu Yu return. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and bowed to Gu Yu. However, how could Gu Yu have the mood to play around at this moment? All he did was randomly wave his hand and ignore Qing Mu. "This brat, why are you in such a hurry? Rising 4 stars in a year. Are you seeking death?" Gu Yu involuntarily frowned as he sensed the increasingly powerful aura within Xianxia's body. His mouth cursed. Qing Mu's expression became even more intense when Gu Yu's words reached Qing Mu's ears. He had just heard the person beside him say that Xianxia had risen 4 stars in a year. If someone else had said this, he might have treated it as a joke. However, it was Gu Yu in front of him who had said it. He could not find the word joke, no matter how hard he tried. Rising 4 stars within a year. Moreover, it was the Bandi class. Was this training speed not just heaven-defying? How could Qing Mu not know just how difficult the path of training was? Although his current strength far surpassed Xianxia, he was clearly aware of just how difficult it was to advance from the Bandi class. Each star of the Bandi class required the support of a frightening Do Qi that was dozens of times stronger than a Do Sheng. In order to advance, both the amount of Do Qi needed and the accumulation of one's own strength were even more frightening. Normally speaking, it was very rare for a Bandi to rely on the natural energy when training. This was because every Bandi was aware that if one relied on the natural energy to increase one's strength, it would be extremely slow. Moreover, one would need to pay the price of a couple of years if one wished to break through. Of course, if the Qi method one practiced was heaven-defying, it would be a different matter. After all, the stronger the Qi method, the faster the practitioner could absorb the natural energy. A high-tier Qi method was effective even for an expert at the level of a Bandi. The reason Xiaoyan was able to break through so quickly was because he had been limited by the natural laws of the Do Qi continent when he had broken through back then. Hence, the potential of the heavenly flame had not been fully displayed. The second reason was because of the heavenly demonic flower. The heavenly demonic flower had been nurtured by nature for 1,000 years. It was an excellent training resource. Xiaoyan had only reached the intermediate 3-star Bandi level after swallowing and refining it. However, following the continuous increase in Xiaoyan's Bandi strength, Guyu was unable to completely stabilize it after such a long time. If Xiaoyan were to break through again today, it was likely that Guyu would need an even longer period of time to make up for the gap in his cultivation. Hence, Guyu could only hope that Xiaoyan would be able to pull back before it was too late. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to accept the result. Chapter 193. While Guyu and Qingmu were worried for Xiaoyan, who was at the center of the storm, was also helpless. He could only do his best to suppress the surging Do Qi in his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan's mood could only be described with one sentence. A greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In order to quickly absorb and refine He Mu's Do Qi, Xiaoyan swallowed it without any hesitation. Sure enough, after all the Do Qi of a 9-star half-martial emperor erupted from Xiaoyan's body, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins and began to gallop. The frightening Do Qi did not cause Xiaoyan's body to explode in an instant. This was already a very good result. Under the control of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, the initial Do Qi was still under Xiaoyan's control. Although it was strenuous, the refining speed was much faster. After being refined by the heavenly flame and condensed by the flame mantra, an even purer Do Qi followed the Qi method route of the flame mantra and continuously poured into the vortex space. Xiaoyan's aura also gradually recovered as he was slowly refined. Even though this process took a long time, the speed was still faster than refining in the medicinal cauldron. Moreover, after the Do Qi was refined by the heavenly flame, it directly entered the Qi method route of the flame mantra. In this way, the refined Do Qi would be even purer and more condensed. It would also be better for Xiaoyan to use. Otherwise, if he were to absorb the Do Qi after refining, it would be even more troublesome for Xiaoyan. He would have no choice but to circulate his Do Qi along the Qi method route of the flame mantra a couple of times in order to completely merge with the Do Qi in his body. Xiaoyan's idea was not bad. It was indeed much faster and easier. However, the current results seemed to have caused even greater trouble for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not expect the Do Qi to be so enormous after the refinement. It was to the point that Xiaoyan's vortex space was unable to absorb all of it. Therefore, the situation brought about was a breakthrough that ordinary powerhouses looked forward to endlessly. However, Xiaoyan knew better than anyone that his current situation was not suitable for a breakthrough. Since Guyu could think of the problem, Xiaoyan also knew about it. If he were to make a breakthrough now, he was afraid that his strength would not be able to increase for a long time. However, this was not a good thing for Xiaoyan, who urgently needed power. After all, the Ghost Slaughter sect would not give him extra time to cultivate. With the ability of those damn things, it was likely that the matter of Xiaoyan in Savage City had already been transmitted to their ears. It was likely that the next time Xiaoyan and them would meet again would not be too far away. At this moment, at the center of the storm, Xiaoyan's body was swollen red from the enormous Do Qi within his body. His entire body had swelled by more than 3 times during this short period of time. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's body continued to swell. At a glance, the current Xiao Yan was just like a ticking time bomb. Once the dou qi within his body reached a certain peak, it would emit a bang and explode. In reality, Xiao Yan was currently in such a state. Waves of surging dou qi passed through every corner of Xiao Yan's body within the vortex within his body, turning Xiao Yan into a fatty. At this very moment, it was likely that if one were to cut open any part of Xiao Yan's body, a large wave of surging dou qi would be spat out. In an instant, Xiao Yan's physical body appeared to be unable to endure any longer. Numerous ferocious bloody wounds appeared all over Xiao Yan's body. Fresh blood mixed with surging dou qi shot out like a fountain. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's condition did not improve. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan could only try to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Xiao Yan emitted a furious dragon-like roar from his mouth. A thick dou qi light pillar shot out and entered the empty space above Xiao Yan's head. After this furious roar was emitted, Xiao Yan's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In a short instant, a huge golden god appeared in the middle of the storm. The surging dou qi seemed to have suddenly found a point to vent as it abruptly spread out. Xiao Yan was finally able to have a chance to catch his breath. Using this little time, Xiao Yan hurriedly maneuvered the heavenly flame in his body and prepared to clean up the mess. At the same time, he hoped that this accident would end here. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had underestimated the large amount of dou qi. Although he had the King Kong glass body to temporarily support him, the wild and violent dou qi swiftly rose in a short moment. However, the good news was that Xiao Yan was finally able to barely suppress it. Feeling the wild and violent dou qi that was still surging like a tide in his body, Xiao Yan finally felt a little relaxed and sighed in relief. Bracing himself, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a slight smile as he softly laughed. Next, it's time for you to obediently return. As his voice sounded, the heavenly flame in his body suddenly rose and swiftly spread into the internal organs of Xiao Yan's body, completely wrapping around the dou qi. Under the suppression of the heavenly flame, the waves of dou qi were gradually compressed into thumb-sized beads. Immediately, they were wrapped by the heavenly flame and returned to the vortex. After experiencing the pain from before, the current Xiao Yan was even more careful in his actions. He tried his best to condense every wisp of dou qi before carefully returning them to the vortex. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's expression finally recover. As the dou qi once again returned to the vortex, Xiao Yan slowly entered into a training state. The flame mantra in his body also began to circulate. At this moment, Xiao Yan needed to once again condense and refine the scattered dou qi. At the same time, it could be considered a form of refinement of his own dou qi. Regardless of which aspect one looked at it from, the benefits to Xiao Yan were self-evident. Within the vortex, the beautiful, heavenly flame stood guard in front of the vortex, once again refining every wisp of dou qi that had been condensed. Every wisp of pure dou qi that was as thick as a thumb, after being refined to an extreme degree by the heavenly flame, turned into a hair-like thin line that was immediately absorbed into the vortex. When Xiao Yan had once again completely refined all of the dou qi, the originally abundant dou qi in the vortex was now mostly filled with dou qi that was like a lake. As for the remaining small portion, it was the benefit brought about by Xiao Yan's refinement of dou qi. At this moment, although the dou qi in the vortex did not appear to be as abundant as before, it was much more condensed. When he used it, not only would it not be less than before, it would instead cause Xiao Yan's dou qi to become even more powerful. As for the remaining space, it was the manifestation of Xiao Yan's increase in strength. Judging from the current situation, although Xiao Yan had yet to step into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor, he had already reached the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. When the conditions were right, Xiao Yan would be able to officially break through. At that time, Xiao Yan's strength would no longer be lacking. Chapter 194. The frightening wind scattered in the empty space. The golden giant suddenly stood up and emitted an earth-shaking roar toward the empty space above his head. His aura was like a rainbow. The golden giant appeared to be unsatisfied after the long roar. Its enormous body suddenly shook as both of its fists were clenched tightly. A wild roar was emitted from its mouth as its enormous fist was suddenly swung. It was accompanied by a frightening wind that tore through empty space as it swept across the empty space. Bang! Although it didn't injure anything, the formless void was still forcefully squeezed into a pressure circle like a cannon barrel. When the pressure reached its peak, the space within it exploded. Such might and merely a single punch was sufficient to compare to a heaven-rank combat skill executed by a one-star quasi-emperor. Looks like this brat knows his own limits. He is not as arrogant as he usually is. Guyu laughed softly when he saw Xiaoyan act in this manner. His body moved and flew toward Xiaoyan. Qing Mu hurriedly followed behind him. Bang! Another punch was thrown. This time around, the giant that Xiaoyan had transformed into clenched both of his hands. He placed them together and a wild and ferocious heavy hammer was violently smashed down from above, causing the empty space in front of him to emit waves of frightening sonic booms. The empty space immediately exploded when the attack landed. A wild and violent storm swept out and charged toward Guyu. Guyu was unconcerned. He randomly waved his hand and scattered Xiaoyan's frightening attack. Xiaoyan could only curl his mouth unhappily in his heart when he saw this. No matter how hard he tried to attack Guyu, it was all useless. Brat, you are really bold. You swallowed all the do chi of a 9-star ban emperor just like that. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting you and the fact that you exhausted a lot of it while refining it earlier, I would like to see how you would be able to survive today. Although he was fooling around, Guyu still had plenty of words to reprimand him. Xiaoyan's behavior today was a little too much. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only smile embarrassedly. He also did not understand why he, who had always been cautious, would make such a foolish move today. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. No matter what, the matter regarding He Mu had finally come to an end. Now that he had recovered to his peak, it was time to leave this place. A thought flashed through his mind. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the endless void. He frowned slightly. This place was dark and boundless. He had no idea where the exit was. It seemed that it was impossible to get out of here. Guyu was naturally aware of the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart when he saw Xiaoyan's reaction. However, he only softly smiled and did not voice his doubts. Instead, he turned to Qing Mu, who was following close behind, and laughed. Logically speaking, you should be the one in charge of this realm. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows after Guyu's words sounded. His eyes turned to Qing Mu. From Guyu's words, this realm seemed to have a special connection with Qing Mu. Qing Mu's expression hardened when he heard this. He involuntarily frowned. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his eyes to look at Guyu and Xiaoyan. Finally, he slowly nodded. Soon after, Qing Mu revealed a bitter expression and sighed. Senior is right. Senior is correct. This spirit ginseng space is controlled by the clan chief of the spirit ginseng race. Unfortunately, He Mu was also the youngest clan chief of my race back then. Qing Mu ignored the surprised expression on Xiaoyan's and Xiaoyan's faces after his voice sounded. He sighed softly and continued speaking. He sighed and continued. This ginseng space contains He Mu's spiritual imprint. Even with my ability, I am unable to find it. Hence, needless to say, Guyu understood the meaning behind Qing Mu's words. Qing Mu wanted Guyu to help him find the location of the spiritual imprint. After all, Qing Mu's soul was currently damaged. The only one who could find the spiritual imprint was Guyu. Guyu curled his mouth and felt helpless. This fellow clearly wanted Guyu to help him regain control of this ginseng space. Yet he insisted on saying such unnecessary words. Qing Mu awkwardly smiled when he noticed Guyu's displeased expression. His eyes landed on Xiaoyan, but he did not say anything. Xiaoyan was amused by the expressions of these two. However, Guyu ignored him. A thought passed through his mind and a majestic spiritual strength swiftly spread. After probing for a while, he discovered a strange aura. A thought passed through Guyu's mind as his eyes narrowed. His spiritual strength immediately swarmed forward and swiftly surrounded that aura. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame once again rose. Within a couple of breaths, that aura was completely removed. After the aura was removed, a strange stone platform appeared in front of Guyu's spiritual strength. The corner of Guyu's mouth was lifted into a smile when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind and he quickly brought it back. Qing Mu inhaled a deep breath of air as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. After which, his eyes looked at Guyu. He once again bowed to Guyu in front of Xiao Yan's somewhat strange eyes. Junior Qing Mu represents the Ginseng spirit tribe to thank Elder for your kindness. If Elder needs help from my tribe in the future, my Ginseng spirit tribe will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Elder. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at Qing Mu in front of him. His eyes looked at the strange stone platform. His heart was filled with doubt. It was merely a stone platform. Could it really move an ancient tribe? Guyu smiled when he saw this. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. Haha, there is no need for you to go through fire and water. After all, the old me is a natural heavenly flame. However, if this brat faces any difficulties in the future, I hope that you will remember what you have said today. At the very least, you should help this brat within the limits of your ability. Of course, it is likely that your reward will not be lacking after helping him. You will understand in the future. The old me can only say that your actions today will help your Ginseng spirit tribe obtain a towering tree in the future." Qing Mu lifted his eyebrows when he heard Guyu's confident words, which did not appear to be false. An unusual glint flickered in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan. Just what was so outstanding about Xiao Yan in front of him, who was able to cause such a terrifying heavenly flame spirit to praise him in such a manner? At this moment, Xiao Yan and Qing Mu began to doubt each other. These two different experts from two different eras were actually filled with curiosity about each other's future. It must be said that this was a rare sight in the world. Xiao Yan and Qing Mu exchanged glances. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After which, they smiled at each other. Qing Mu recovered and his eyes once again landed on the strange stone platform in front of him. At this moment, He Mu's spiritual imprint on the stone platform had already been removed by Guyu. Qing Mu could easily leave a spiritual imprint behind. This Ginseng spirit realm would once again return to the hands of the tribe leader of the Ginseng spirit tribe. Chapter 195. The instant Qing Mu left his unique spiritual imprint on the stone platform, a strange energy ripple swiftly spread out from the center of the stone platform. The space around the stone platform seemed to have been refurbished at this moment when the energy ripple spread. It turned into a green color. Soon after, the space around Xiao Yan's group also turned into a green color. The entire space had completely changed at this moment. The boundless void gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a resplendent world full of vitality. Xiao Yan's and Guyu's faces were filled with surprise as they continued to scan the rapidly changing world around them. This was the first time that they had seen such a mysterious scene. Qing Mu's old eyes also stared at the familiar world in front of him. His mind recalled the Ginseng spirit tribe of the past. At this moment, his heart was also surging with emotions. It was a long while later before Qing Mu finally withdrew his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yan and Guyu in the blink of an eye. He chuckled and said, "The endless space that the two of you saw earlier was He Mu's masterpiece. The world in front of the two of you is the original appearance of the Ginseng spirit space." Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding after hearing Qing Mu's explanation. Guyu softly smiled and nodded. Clearly, he had already expected Qing Mu's explanation. Qing Mu inhaled a deep breath of air. He faced Xiao Yan and Guyu and suddenly opened his mouth to laugh. "Welcome to my tribe's Ginseng spirit space." After a hearty laugh, green logs appeared out of thin air in the space around the three of them. Then, the cross-sections of the logs quickly gathered under the feet of the three of them, turning into a special long staircase. At the end of the long staircase was a majestic hall formed by a Ginseng spirit tree. The Ginseng spirit tribe had forcefully dug out a majestic hall from the originally sturdy tree trunk. The hall was so large that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This was after excluding some other buildings. From this, one could imagine just how majestic and magnificent the original appearance of this towering ancient tree was. Xiao Yan and Guyu looked at the majestic hall in the distance. Their hearts involuntarily felt shocked by the generosity of the ginseng spirit tribe. At this moment, even Guyu, who had always looked down on everything, involuntarily revealed a deep shock on his face. The two of you, this ginseng spirit hall was formed by the body of an ancient ancestor of my tribe. Before his death, he used his great skills to leave it behind for my tribe. Qing Mu involuntarily felt a pride in his heart when he saw the expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's duo. It seemed that the ability of this ancestor of his was something that even this heavenly flame spirit in front of him deeply admired. A great storm immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he heard the words from Qing Mu's mouth. Such a majestic hall was actually created by the ancestor of the ginseng tribe using his own body. Just this righteous act alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to sigh in admiration. While the three of them were conversing, all the darkness in this space had been completely removed. At this moment, this ginseng spirit space could finally be called the ginseng spirit space. Alright, after saying so much, the old me feels that it is time to leave. Guyu understood that Qing Mu wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with him and Xiao Yan after hearing the endless words from his mouth. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of this. However, as a member of the younger generation, it was inappropriate for him to say it. Since this was the case, Guyu would be the one to say it. Qing Mu was startled when he heard Guyu's impatient words. Soon after, he awkwardly smiled. In his heart, he knew that he could not keep the two of them here. Hence, he could only stop wasting his breath and change the topic with a smile. That's right. The two of you are indeed a little tired during this period of time. The old me will open the exit of the ginseng spirit space and send the two of you away. Qing Mu lifted both of his hands after his voice sounded. The seals changed and a thought was emitted. Soon after, a spatial crack slowly appeared in the space above the three of them. I have embarrassed myself in front of the two of you. Due to the fact that this ginseng spirit space has just recovered, there are many places that are not stable enough. Hence, I can only use this method to open a tunnel. I'm sorry. Qing Mu was a little embarrassed as he smiled. He was also helpless. He Mu had destroyed the spatial tunnel many times while he was controlling it. Otherwise, he and Luo Ao would have been able to enter the ginseng spirit space. Tearing open the empty space was his best method. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders upon seeing this. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Guyu to open the tunnel when he had finished off He Mu. Guyu glanced at Qing Mu with some dissatisfaction. His body moved, and he turned into a white light that entered Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice was emitted. Little fellow Qing Mu, I hope that you will remember what you have said in the ginseng spirit space today after you leave. In addition, do not tell anyone about my existence. Otherwise, Guyu did not say any ruthless words at the end of his words. However, Qing Mu sensed an extremely frightening icy aura pressure at that moment. Although it was only for an instant, it still made Qing Mu feel a chill all over his body. He knew that Guyu's words were not a joke. Hence, he hurriedly nodded and acknowledged, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Xiao Yan helplessly apologized to Qing Mu when he saw this. After which, he gently shook his head and flew into the spatial crack. Qing Mu's body trembled for a moment before he hurriedly followed. Compared to the ginseng spirit space, the outside world was already on high alert. The 32 spirit guards and old Luo stood in the air, ready to engage in an earth-shaking battle at any moment. In the sky, the 32 spirit guards each occupied a corner as they sat cross-legged in the air, each controlling a part of the formation below as they poured all of their Genesis Chi into the formation. From afar, pillars of Genesis Chi light connected to each other in the sky, forming a towering formation in the sky that enveloped the mountain forests below. At the eye of the formation, Old Man Luo personally stepped forward to control it. He gathered all of the formation's power in one place, and Genesis Chi gathered in his palm, ready to bombard the spatial crack below at any moment. Just as Elder Luo came to the void to reinforce the large array, there was a sudden change in the void below the large array. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the formless void. Although he couldn't see anyone, Elder Luo could immediately associate it with greenwood and blackwood in the space below the ground. No matter who opened the spatial crack, He Mu was bound to appear again. Since that was the case, he had to make all the necessary preparations before He Mu appeared. Otherwise, it would be a terrible blow to both Qing Mu and the ginseng spirit race. Once He Mu escaped from the outside world, he would definitely return in a powerful manner. When that happened, even old Luo and the entire ginseng spirit race would not be able to do anything to him. When that happened, it would likely be the day of the ginseng spirit race's extinction. Old Luo's face was grave. He was well aware of He Mu's strength. Even if he was not as strong as he was in the past, he still could not be underestimated. What's more, the space below was his lair. He had likely recovered a lot of his strength with the help of the ginseng spirit race's treasures. However, just as old Luo and the others were preparing to fight, a hearty laughter was boldly emitted from the spatial crack. "Ha, old Luo, even if you want to welcome me, you don't have to put on such a grand display." Chapter 196. In the sky, Xianxia stepped out of the spatial crack behind him and once again appeared in the world of the spiritual ginseng tribe. He wore a smile on his face as he looked at the old figure in the sky. At this moment, Elder Luo's face was filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at Xianxia, who was standing in the sky with a smile on his face. The moment Xianxia appeared, Elder Luo had already sensed the unique heavenly flame aura on his body. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. The Xianxia who had appeared now was definitely the real Xianxia and not the Xianxia who was possessed by He Mu. "You are still alive." It was a long while later before Elder Luo spat out a sentence with great difficulty. In response, Xianxia nodded and smiled. Just as Elder Luo finished speaking, the space beside Xianxia became distorted once again. Subsequently, Qing Mu's figure slowly appeared beside Xianxia. "Ha, old Luo." The moment Qing Mu appeared, a hearty laugh was heard. When Elder Luo saw him, his eyes suddenly focused. Immediately, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had never expected that He Mu would not only not kill Xianxia, but Qing Mu would also be unharmed. This was truly an unexpected surprise. As the seals in his hands changed, Elder Luo quickly dispersed the large array below. After which, his body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Xianxia and He Mu. When he saw that the two of them were unharmed, Elder Luo's expression became even more surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Elder Luo could not help but feel puzzled. Since Xianxia and He Mu were fine, what about He Mu? Qing Mu also saw the different expression on old Luo's face. He laughed softly and exchanged smiles with Xianxia by the side. An obscure glow flashed deep within his eyes. Immediately, he looked at old Luo and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. There is no need to think too much. He Mu has already been finished off by young friend Yen Xiao." When these words were spoken, the expressions of Elder Luo and the group of spirit guards who were rushing over behind him changed. According to Qing Mu's words, it seemed that He Mu had been finished off by Xianxia alone. When Elder Luo heard this, his face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xianxia. He knew a thing or two about Xianxia's tactics. Angry Buddha's reincarnation with his understanding could only be described as impeccable. Xianxia. But even. Moreover, that space was where He Mu's lair was located. He Mu had even more resources that he could use in that place. It was unlikely that Xianxia could do it by himself. Xianxia could only spread his hands helplessly in the face of Elder Luo's suspicion. Qing Mu's expression changed swiftly. He hurriedly looked at Elder Luo and opened his mouth to interrupt his thoughts. Seeing the strange expression on Qing Mu's face, Elder Luo frowned slightly. However, since Qing Mu did not say anything, it was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only shake his head helplessly. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head around and looked at Qing Mu once again. What do you mean by finished off? Seeing that Elder Luo had returned to the original point, Qing Mu felt a bitterness in his heart that he could not speak of. He sighed helplessly before opening his mouth to speak. I am saying that He Mu is already dead. As soon as he said that, Elder Luo and the group of spiritual guards behind him instantly changed their expressions. Elder Luo's feelings were needless to say. The group of spiritual guards behind him had looks of disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was beside Qing Mu. Earlier, they had clearly heard that Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to finish off He Mu. Originally, they thought that with Xiao Yan's strength, even if he could defeat He Mu, he could only borrow the power of the heavenly flame to seal He Mu. However, they did not expect that not only did Xiao Yan defeat He Mu, he even killed him. Such a battle record was really terrifying. At that moment, Elder Luo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Although he was prepared, he was still agitated when he saw the result. He never thought that Xiao Yan's strength could reach such a stage. Xiao Yan also noticed the gazes of Elder Luo and the others. His old face was slightly red as he coughed twice. Only then did he embarrassedly use his hand to rub his nose. His eyes turned slightly as he softly laughed. I was just lucky. I also did not expect that the suppression of the heavenly flame would be so strong. As Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the group of people behind Elder Luo looked at each other. They had never truly seen a heavenly flame before. However, they knew a little about the terror of the heavenly flame. At that moment, when they heard Xiao Yan's words, they naturally thought that it was due to the heavenly flame. However, it was not wrong for them to think this way. The reason why He Mu could be killed was indeed due to the heavenly flame. However, the heavenly flame did not come from Xiao Yan's body. Elder Luo curled his lips and did not comment on Xiao Yan's words. He did not believe it at all in his heart. It was not that he had never seen Xiao Yan's heavenly flame before. Although it was strong, with his experience, he naturally knew that those heavenly flames were all seed flames. It was still enough to deal with an ordinary half-emperor. However, if it was used against an old fellow like He Mu, it would be greatly reduced. As Xiao Yan's words sounded, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yan and the other two also looked at each other. For a moment, they did not say anything. On the other hand, Qing Mu looked at Elder Luo and swept a glance at Xiao Yan. He coughed twice and looked past Elder Luo. He looked at the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo and opened his mouth to shout. All right. It's fine now. Do what you need to do. There's nothing to see here. It was obvious that Qing Mu, the clan leader, was quite imposing. With a loud shout, the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo immediately dispersed and left. Subsequently, Qing Mu turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and Luo Ao. Qing Muqing curled his mouth as his gaze swept over Luo Ao. His eyes flickered, but he did not know what he should say. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his old face, which was filled with wrinkles, immediately opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. By the way, may I know why Yan Xiao has come to our clan this time? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan and Elder Luo's expressions changed. At this point, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered. This time, he had entered the Ginseng spiritual tribe to look for Elder Luo. However, he did not expect that there would be so many problems. Now that he had dealt with He Mu, it was indeed time for him to return and solve the problem that he wanted to solve. The moment Qing Mu's words came out, Elder Luo immediately came back to his senses. Everything that had happened this time had indeed disrupted the matter that Xiao Yan had come to look for him. Now that the crisis had been resolved, it was indeed time to solve the matter regarding Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze. His face carried a sigh as he looked at Old Luo. Old Luo also faced Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile as he opened his mouth and laughed. I almost forgot about the important matter. If I remember correctly, Yan Xiao has come to look for me this time because of your dark heavy buster sword. Chapter 197. As Old Luo's voice faded, he flipped his palm and a glow appeared in his palm. Immediately, a wide, large, pitch-black ruler appeared in Old Luo's palm. This large, pitch-black ruler was Xiao Yan's heavy Xin ruler. At this moment, the heavy Xin ruler had already recovered its original appearance. The numerous deep cracks on it had also disappeared. The heavy ruler's body had a special and strange line. At this moment, the heavy Xian ruler that was placed in front of Xiao Yan was just like the first time he had seen it. There was an extremely steady and heavy feeling that pounced on his face. In order to repair this heavy Xian ruler, this old man has put in a lot of effort. With a soft laugh, old Luo exerted a little force in his palm. An invisible force carried the heavy Xian ruler and flew towards Xiao Yan. When it arrived in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His well-built body trembled slightly at this moment. The emotions that continuously surged in his heart caused circles of faint spatial ripples to involuntarily appear in the surrounding space. A long while later, Xiao Yan finally took in a deep breath. His arms trembled slightly as he slowly extended them. Both of his palms carefully pressed against the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. The unique metallic feeling and the familiar iciness of the meteoric flame mysterious iron caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly heat up. The heavenly flame within the vortex in his body also involuntarily flowed along the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body. At Xiao Yan's fingertips, he gently touched his old friend who had just recovered from his serious injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead were exposed. His lips were tightly shut and the teeth in his mouth continuously clashed against each other. The tip of his nose was also blood red. His heavy breathing caused the sourness in Xiao Yan's nose to become even more intense. At this moment, his pitch-black eyes were filled with emotional tears. Deep within his pupils, an extremely excited and joyful luster gushed out. The dark heavy buster sword had finally returned to its original form. And this also allowed the huge rock in Xiao Yan's heart to fall to the ground. The death of the dark heavy buster sword had always been a sore point in Xiao Yan's heart. Now that he saw the dark heavy buster sword return to its former glory, how could he not be excited? When old Luo on the opposite side saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he knew in his heart just how deep the feelings between Xiao Yan and the heavy Xian ruler were. In Xiao Yan's heart, the heavy Xian ruler was likely no longer as simple as a weapon. There was likely a deep story behind it. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Qing Mu. The two of them could see the different expression in each other's eyes. Immediately, they smiled at each other. A thought passed through old Luo's mind and the invisible force that was supporting the heavy Xian ruler suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yan's hand, which was originally holding the dark heavy buster sword, suddenly sank when Elder Luo scattered that force. His expression also changed abruptly. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body also became sluggish at this moment. If he had not reacted in time, it was likely that the dark heavy buster sword would have made intimate contact with the ground. Xiao Yan only reacted after he spent quite a lot of effort to hold the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. At this moment, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand actually gave him a familiar heavy feeling. The dou qi within his body also became sluggish at this moment. After Xiao Yan sensed this, his face did not show any surprise. Instead, he revealed a warm, nostalgic smile. This kind of feeling was indeed something that he had not felt for many years. Ever since he had completely familiarized himself with the dark heavy buster sword back then, he had never felt it again. Now that he had touched it once again, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the days back in the magical Beast Mountain range. When he thought of this, a beautiful figure with an injured chest involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Yun Yun. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan's old face still involuntarily flushed when he recalled the enchanting scene with Yun Yun in the cave back then. Soon after, however, another familiar figure also jumped into Xiao Yan's mind. A snow-white dress, a pure and white pretty face, a fresh and ethereal aura. The most eye-catching thing was that slender willow waist that could not be grasped with one hand. Who else could this person be other than the little fairy doctor who had accompanied Xiao Yan all the way to the Central Plains? Cuckoo, I wonder how the both of you are now. Little fairy doctor, you did not appear when I left that day. I wonder if we will be able to meet again in the future. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. His gaze once again landed on the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. As he sensed the various familiar feelings that were being transmitted from the huge buster sword, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the handle of the buster sword, involuntarily used a little strength. Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, this dark heavy buster sword of yours is really quite badly injured. After recovering, Xiao Yan heard old Luo's strange laughter. His eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. Could it be that the dark heavy buster sword in his hand had not completely recovered? Old Luo once again smiled when he saw Xiao Yan looking at him. His face immediately revealed a sorrowful expression as he softly sighed and said, "Your dark heavy buster sword has basically been completely recovered. However, in order to help you repair the dark heavy buster sword, I have also paid quite a great price. Over half of the meteoric flame mysterious metal that you gave me has also been smashed into your dark heavy buster sword." When he heard this, Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled. He had thought that there was a problem with the dark heavy buster sword. It turned out that old Luo felt that he had suffered a loss and had made a losing deal. Since that is the case, I will first thank old Luo for your help. In the future, if I am able to obtain any natural treasures, I will definitely leave the best for you. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, old Luo's expression immediately changed. His face was full of smiles as he laughed out loud. He then looked at Qing Mu by the side and opened his mouth to laugh out loud. "Ha, not bad, not bad. You're really not bad. At the very least, you have a conscience compared to some people. In the future, if the dark heavy buster sword is damaged again, you can look for me. I guarantee that I will help you repair it as good as new." Ha! When he heard these words, Qing Mu could not help but curl his lips once again. He secretly cursed in his heart. All these years, Luo Ao had stayed in his ginseng spirit tribe and had cheated him of many things. Yet, Luo Ao still had the nerve to turn around and play the blame game. However, when Xiao Yan heard these words, a suspicious expression once again appeared on his face. From old Luo's words, it seemed that the dark heavy buster sword would be damaged again in the future. When he thought of this, a trace of worry immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart. The dark heavy buster sword was extremely important to him. This time, Xiao Yan had never thought of damaging it again. However, from old Luo's words, it seemed that it was inevitable. "Old Luo, what do you mean by your words just now?" Before Xiao Yan's voice faded, old Luo's expression turned serious. He gently waved his hand to interrupt Xiao Yan. He gently inhaled a breath of air and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "That's right. Although your dark heavy buster sword has more or less recovered to its original state, it has been damaged once after all. It is inevitable that there will be hidden dangers left behind. Therefore, if it is damaged again in a big battle in the future, it is likely that it will be damaged a second time." When he heard this, Qing Mu by the side also looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. Xiao Yan's face was gloomy. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Chapter 198. Old Luo, is there no way to make the heavy Xian buster sword indestructible? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth and inquired. An obscure light flashed in the depths of old Luo's eyes. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and said, There is a way to make your heavy Xian buster sword completely transform. After using that method, your heavy Xian buster sword will not be destroyed even if it takes on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate." Hiss! Qing Mu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Being able to take on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate was enough to show how sturdy it was. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy when he heard this. If that was the case, wouldn't his heavy Xian buster sword be truly indestructible? Xiao Yan immediately revealed an expression of anticipation as he looked at old Luo and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. "Since that is the case, may I ask old Luo what is the method?" Old Luo lowered his eyelids and did not answer Xiao Yan's question. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's not that I can't tell you this method, but it's still too early to tell you. Even if I tell you, it won't do you any good." Hearing up to this point, Xiao Yan immediately deflated like a deflated rubber ball. After speaking for so long, it was actually just to whet his appetite. However, at the very least, it still allowed him to have some hope in his heart. Old Luo smiled faintly when he saw the disappointment on Xiaoyan's face and continued, "How about this? How about this? If you manage to reach the central region in the future, I'll personally tell you about it. As for now, after your first experience, I believe that you will protect this heavy Shenbuster sword even more carefully in the future." Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the giant, pitch-black buster sword in his hand and listened to Old Luo's words. Since Old Luo's secret was still unknown, he might as well set his sights on it for now. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened once again. The enormous ruler shook and Xiaoyan's body rose into the air. In an instant, he had rushed to an even higher empty space. With a thought, the dou qi in Xiaoyan's vortex immediately surged. It followed the channels in his body and swiftly circulated. Finally, it flowed from Xiaoyan's palm into the giant buster sword. At the same time, the heavenly flame within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body also surged up. Xiaoyan's right hand tightly gripped the ruler's hilt. Immediately, the ruler's body suddenly shook. Soon after, a puff sound was emitted as a brilliant heavenly flame swiftly surfaced on the surface of the heavy Xian ruler, transforming the entire heavy Xian ruler into a huge ruler made of heavenly flame. Following the crazy influx of dou qi from Xiaoyan's body, the body of the buster sword under the heavenly flame had already turned bright red. The aura on it had also become increasingly frightening. It was as though there was something frightening continuously brewing within it. As long as the time was right, it would instantly erupt like a volcano and sweep across this empty space, killing everyone in all directions. The aura on the giant buster sword in his hand caused Xiaoyan's face to become fiery hot. This kind of familiar feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. At this moment, he only wanted to use the giant buster sword in his hand to squander to his heart's content. Ha! A long roar with a heroic spirit that reached the clouds caused the entire place to be startled. Xiaoyan's hand tightened its grip on the giant buster sword. The dou qi in his body crazily poured into it. The glow on the giant buster sword also became increasingly dazzling. The wild and violent dou qi within it had already reached an extremely frightening level. Ha! Xiaoyan once again emitted a long dragon-like roar. His eyes suddenly turned around and looked at Old Luo in the empty space below. A flame flickered in both of his eyes. A clear, thunderous roar like loud laughter spread over the place. Ha! Old Luo, may I be so bold as to invite Old Luo to come up and test my moves? I wonder if Old Luo will agree. Xiaoyan laughed out loud. His words, which should have been a question, were filled with certainty. Clearly, regardless of whether Old Luo agreed or not, Xiaoyan's subsequent attack would be directed at Old Luo. Old Luo also laughed out loud in a heroic manner when he heard this. He exchanged glances with Qing Mu by the side. Qing Mu also smiled and nodded. Old Luo immediately lifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan. He laughed out loud and said, "All right. Since young friend Yan Xiao is willing to do so, the old me will test you, a dragon among men." Ha! As his voice fell, Old Luo's figure had already appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiaoyan. He stood in the empty space and waited for Xiaoyan to attack. Ha ha! All right. With a loud laugh, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly shook. The huge ruler in his right hand immediately stood horizontally in the empty space. The heavy ruler's tip was at the same level as his chest. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. His right arm suddenly used all of his strength to fiercely attack Old Luo with the huge ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiaoyan's mouth also violently shouted word by word, "Ha! Flame! Devouring! Ruler!" As each word came out, the world trembled. Every voice was like a shocking thunderclap that resounded through the world. It echoed in the ears of everyone in this world. The instant Xiaoyan's voice sounded, the huge ruler that was flickering with light also instantly drew across the sky. A bright rainbow that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide also violently attacked Old Luo at the same time. The instant the ruler's glow rushed out, the surrounding empty space suddenly exploded with a bang. A wave of terrifying hurricanes suddenly blew between the sky and the earth at this moment. In an instant, there were no clouds in the sky and no light on the ground. This entire area had been split into two halves the moment this ruler's glow appeared. Old Luo looked at Xiaoyan's attack that was filled with an imposing aura. A trace of admiration involuntarily rose in his heart. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the flame-devouring wave that Xiaoyan was currently using was merely a D-class Do technique. However, just based on this attack at this moment, it was likely that even some ordinary human-class Do techniques were completely unable to compare with it. Even though part of the reason for being able to use a D-class Do technique to such an extent was due to the fact that he had been training for a long time, just this point alone allowed Xiaoyan to be called a dragon amongst men, an outstanding person amongst the younger generation. This person will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo softly muttered in his heart. He quickly recovered and focused his gaze on the ruler's glow that was becoming increasingly close. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the hand under his sleeves was slowly extended. His 5 fingers spread open as he gently pressed on the empty space in front of him. Yan Xiao, this barrier that I have set up now is equivalent to the full strength defense of an elite Do-di. You can use your full strength to attack. Let the old me see just how much ability you have. Chapter 199. Haha, alright. Since Senior has said so, then this Junior will not be courteous. Flaming devouring tsunami. Break it. Upon hearing old Luo's bold laughter, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with pride. He also laughed out loud as a thought passed through his mind. He controlled the 100,000 feet ruler glow to attack with even greater ferocity. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion sounded as the 100,000 feet ruler glow formed from the heavenly flame ruthlessly slammed into the empty space in front of old Luo. An invisible Genesis Chi barrier swiftly materialized and blocked the ruler light. At old Luo's current cultivation level, Do Chi had long become a part of his cultivation history. What he could control with a flip of his hand was the pinnacle power of the Yuanwu continent, Genesis Chi. Although Genesis Chi was slightly different from Do Chi, they were both part of the natural power of the world and were no different when used. However, compared to Do Chi, Genesis Chi was gentler and easier to fuse with one's body, allowing one's strength to advance to the next level. At this moment, the Genesis Chi barrier in front of old Luo was equivalent to the full power defense of a 1-star Do-di. Although old Luo said this, given his current strength, even if the barrier he had set up was only equivalent to the strength of a Do-di, it was still incomparable to a barrier set up by an ordinary Do-di. Hence, the defensive ability of this barrier was even more terrifying. The instant the 100,000 feet large ruler glow made contact with the barrier, a thunder-like trembling sound suddenly resounded. Wave after wave of spatial ripples swiftly spread in the empty space. A frightening hurricane also suddenly swept out from between the two, blowing all the ginseng ancient trees within a 1,000-mile radius until they swayed unsteadily. In the sky, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze after this attack was broken. A grave feeling immediately rose in his heart. An elite Do-di was really extremely powerful. He was actually able to completely receive an attack from the flame-swallowing tsunami that he had used all of his strength. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be if a true elite Do-di were to attack. However, a bold laugh was quickly revealed on Xiaoyan's face. With a clear cry, the heavy ruler in Xiaoyan's hand rose once again. Do Chi swiftly surged from his body as he laughed out loud. I never expected the full power defense of an expert Do-di to be so terrifying. I shall also attack with all my strength and see if I can break this barrier. Xiaoyan naturally did not have the extravagant hope that he would be able to break this barrier with his full strength. After all, this barrier was equivalent to the full strength of an elite Do-di. If it was shattered by a mere bandit like him, would this elite Do-di not be a little too weak? A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he let out an explosive cry. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly exerted some strength. Immediately, he swung his arm and the enormous ruler rose into the air. Dou Qi swiftly poured into his palm and a bright red color once again surfaced on the dark black ruler's body. With a twist of his wrist, Xianxia placed the heavy Shen ruler diagonally in front of his chest. He suddenly waved his left hand and a brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from his palm. Immediately, his large hand rubbed and his palm violently slid across the surface of the ruler's body. At the same time, the brilliant, heavenly flame instantly spread out. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned ruthless the moment his palm slid across. His body tilted slightly and his hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, was suddenly pulled out. It was like a knife-drawing slash as he violently swung the enormous ruler in his hand from bottom to top. Soon after, another 100,000 feet large ruler glow once again smashed toward the barrier like a shocking wave. Flaming swallowing tsunami. As the attack landed, Xiaoyan did not wait for the 100,000 feet large rainbow glow to truly hit the barrier. Instead, his body suddenly turned around and the heavy Shen ruler violently slashed across the air. The dark black ruler's body was swiftly dyed a bright red color. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand slashed out once again. Startling ruler glows continuously flew across the empty space. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Numerous ruler glows continuously streaked across the empty space like meteors chasing after the moon. Immediately, they violently smashed into the empty space in front of Elder Luo. The moment the ruler glows touched the barrier, they were scattered with a loud bang. They turned into raging flames that scattered in all directions and gradually disappeared in the empty space. At this moment, Elder Luo, who was behind the barrier, had a smile on his face as he looked at this scene that seemed to be repeating endlessly. In his heart, he was unceasingly praising Xiaoyan. Imperceptibly, the invisible barrier in front of Elder Luo started to tremble slightly. From its initial motionless state to its continuous trembling, it was already unceasingly demonstrating how powerful Xiaoyan's strength was. Furthermore, even after using the flaming swallowing tsunami countless times, the current Xiaoyan still appeared to be filled with abundant Dou Qi. Merely from this, one could tell that Xiaoyan's foundation was absolutely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare with. Furthermore, what surprised Elder Luo the most was that Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. According to what he knew, Xiaoyan had only just broken through to become a 3-star half-martial emperor a couple of months ago. Such a rapid cultivation speed was something that no one would be able to imagine. To break through from a 2-star half-martial emperor to a peak late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor in half a year's time, such an achievement was enough to make other experts of the same level feel ashamed. Most importantly, the majority of experts who had reached the half-martial emperor level were all old men and women. As for the current Xiaoyan, although he was already middle-aged in the cultivation world, he could still be considered as a young man. Judging from Xiaoyan's current strength, he was merely one of the youngest generation in the entire cultivation world. At such a young age, his strength was frightening, his talent was outstanding, his temperament was calm and mature, and he possessed all kinds of high-level Dou skills. When he thought of Xiaoyan's background, Elder Luo's heart was currently filled with shock. Slowly raising his gaze, Elder Luo's gaze pierced through the space in front of him and looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I never expected this, I truly never expected this. The already barren Dou Qi continent is actually able to produce such a genius. Looks like after he grows up, this continent will have a new era. None of the brats of this generation are weak. I also hope that this brat will not fall behind. Buddha's anger. Reincarnation. Suddenly, another earth-shaking stern cry spread. Xiaoyan withdrew both of his hands in front of his chest. The heavenly flame wheel in his hands rotated at an extremely fast speed. A palm-sized dark black light cluster in the middle of the wheel also rotated at an extremely fast speed. After Xiaoyan let out a stern cry, both of his hands were pushed forward. In the next moment, 1,000 feet wide dark black light pillar instantly tore through the empty space and violently shot toward Elder Luo. The expected wild and ferocious explosion did not appear when the two collided. Instead, there was a deathly silence. The pitch-black light pillars seemed to have merged with the barrier. They were glued together like glue. As the two of them stuck together, the strength of the barrier swiftly weakened. Elder Luo's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. From what he could sense, the barrier's power was rapidly weakening. Or rather, under the effect of the dark black light pillar, the Genesis Chi on the barrier was rapidly disintegrating. What a strange Do skill. It can actually disintegrate Genesis Chi. Before the words in his heart could fade, a tiny crack stealthily appeared on the barrier. In the next instant, Elder Luo's expression abruptly turned grave. Chapter 200. At this moment, 3 human figures were seated within a large hall. These 3 people were surprisingly Xiao Yan, Old Luo, and the current tribe leader of the Ginseng spiritual tribe, Qing Mu. Cuckoo, Old Man Luo, it is unexpected that you would actually personally attack a little bandy brat. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined if news of this spreads? Haha. At this moment, Qing Mu was seated beside Luo Ao. He was looking at Old Luo with a mocking face. His mouth also opened and laughed without giving any face. Xiao Yan was seated opposite these 2 old men. His hand was playing with a teacup made of ginseng spiritual wood. His face also revealed a smile because of Qing Mu's words. Old Luo glared at Qing Mu with a furious face when he heard his words. He did not bother about Qing Mu. Instead, he picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. After which, he faintly opened his mouth and said, So what if the old me attacked? Did the old me hurt even a strand of his hair? This venerable self merely saw that his Do skill was quite imposing and wanted to probe a little. Since when did it become your turn to speak? Once he said these words, he violently threw the teacup onto the table between the 2 of them. His hand also slammed down violently. After which, he let out a cold snort before withdrawing his hand into his sleeve. However, the skin at the corner of Old Luo's eyes involuntarily trembled when he withdrew his hand into his sleeve. His mouth also exhaled softly without batting an eyelid. The hand under his sleeve also trembled involuntarily. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. The angry Buddha reincarnation that Xiao Yan had used earlier already contained all the strength within his body. Under the high-spirited state that Xiao Yan was in, the angry Buddha reincarnation that he had unleashed was even stronger than usual. However, this was not sufficient to cause the expression of an extremely strong person like Luo Ao to change. Normally speaking, even if this attack of Xiao Yan's was sufficiently powerful, it was far from being able to break the all-out defense of an elite Do Di. What truly shattered the barrier and moved Luo Ao was the terrifying energy beam within the Buddha's wrath. Luo Ao would never have imagined that the light pillar would be so bizarre. While constantly depleting the Genesis Chi on the barrier, it would also absorb a small portion of its power for its own use. The most terrifying thing was that the light pillar was forcibly breaking down the Genesis Chi on the barrier. In the end, in order not to be discovered by Xiao Yan and to not embarrass himself too much, Elder Luo decisively took action and personally tested the power of the light beam. After a thorough investigation, Elder Luo was even more shocked when he found out that the energy within the light pillar was actually a mass of darkness. Even he was unable to detect it. When Elder Luo recalled the scene in the sky, he couldn't help but feel shocked. When he came back to his senses and saw that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Yan and Qing Mu, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Yan Xiao, your alchemist grand meeting hasn't ended yet, right?" Upon hearing the mention of the alchemist grand meeting, Xiao Yan's expression paused for a moment. His eyebrows raised slightly and he let out a bitter laugh. "The alchemist grand meeting, huh? I have indeed not officially entered the competition due to certain reasons. However, it should have ended by now. I spent quite some time in the ginseng domain." Qing Mu nodded slightly beside Elder Luo. The Alchemist Grand Meeting was a competition designated by the Pill Tower. It was jointly organized by the various branches under the Pill Tower. It was absolutely impossible for it to be forcefully postponed because of a single person. Xiao Yan had spent quite a bit of time in the ginseng domain ever since he entered. Logically speaking, the alchemist grand meeting should have ended by now. It was a little late for Elder Luo to mention it. When Elder Luo heard Xiao Yan's words, he softly chuckled. His gaze turned towards Qing Mu as he took another sip of the fragrant tea and smiled. Not bad. This tea is not bad. Old man Qing Mu, leave some for me later. Ha. Immediately after, Elder Luo slowly turned his head in front of Qing Mu's displeased expression. His gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan as he opened his mouth and smiled. Indeed, the alchemist grand meeting is indeed very strict. It cannot be postponed. This is also the rule of the Pill Tower. After all, as the number one faction on the continent, their authority must be absolute. Qing Mu, who originally thought that there would be a show to watch, curled his lips and did not say anything after these words left his mouth. He viciously glared at Luo Ao before turning his gaze toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard Elder Luo's words. Indeed, as the number one faction on the continent, there were not many who dared to violate the rules of the Pill Tower. However, in the next moment, Elder Luo softly chuckled. He gently glanced at Qing Mu beside him as the corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile. After which, he looked towards Xiao Yan and smiled. However, there are always exceptions. There are always exceptions to everything. The rules of the Pill Tower cannot be violated. However, no matter what, the strong are respected in this continent. Hence, this old man had a small chat with them. Sure enough, they agreed very happily. Xiao Yan on the opposite side exchanged glances with Qing Mu when old Luo's words sounded. Xiao Yan was still all right. It was fine if he merely laughed softly. Qing Mu, on the other hand, held back for an instant before laughing out loud. Given the temperament of the two of them, how could they not know what method Elder Luo had used? Even though they said that they had a small chat, it was likely that it was only a one-sided conversation. The other party could only obediently listen. However, although Xiao Yan had such thoughts in his heart, he revealed a grateful smile on his face. No matter what, Elder Luo's actions were only to help him. This was enough to make Xiao Yan feel grateful. Under the suspicious gazes of Luo Ao and Qing Mu, Xiao Yan slowly stood up. His figure stood upright as he faced the two elders. After which, he bowed deeply in front of the two elders' eyes that were filled with admiration. This junior thanks the two elders. Elder Luo and Qing Mu smiled at each other and nodded slightly. After which, they both looked toward Xiao Yan. Elder Luo waved his sleeve and an invisible force lifted Xiao Yan's body. After which, he opened his mouth and laughed. Ha, all right. This old man knows that you are a good kid. I will not say anything more. This old man will accept your bow. However, as a token of gratitude, this is not enough. If you really want to repay me, I hope that you can become the champion of this alchemist conference. This way, this old man will feel that there is no reason for me to help you. How about it? No problem, right? When Xiao Yan heard this, he was slightly stunned. After which, a smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly in response to Elder Luo's words. If it was about other things, Xiao Yan might not be confident. However, alchemy was Xiao Yan's specialty. If Xiao Yan did not dare to nod his head in this aspect, then there was no need to talk about other things. Elder Luo smiled again when he saw this and continued to speak with a smile. However, there are still 3 days before the 1-month deadline. You can stay here for these 3 days. After 3 days, this old man will wait here for the moment when you successfully become the champion. Chapter 201. It was night. The night sky was already filled with bright stars. The snow-white moon that was like a silver plate was scattering moonlight, causing the night sky to be as bright as day. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on a green rock on a grassy slope. The natural energy within his heavenly cycle space followed Xiao Yan's every breath and slowly entered Xiao Yan's body. After which, it was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure Do-Chi water droplet that flowed into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. The round of intense attacks during the day had exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body. Although he had been seated here for quite some time, Xiaoyan was still unable to completely recover. A moment later, Xiaoyan's eyelids trembled slightly. Xiaoyan slowly withdrew from his training state. He lifted his eyes and looked at the stars in the sky. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly surfaced into a smile. Immediately, Xiaoyan's hand flipped in the air. A light flashed across the storage ring on his finger and a completely dark ancient storage ring appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. This storage ring belonged to He Mu, who had been refined to death. However, following the death of its owner, this storage ring should belong to Xiaoyan. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into an arc as he looked at the storage ring in his palm. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength between his brows instantly surged out and flew into the storage ring in his hand. Bang! A low and deep bang sounded. Xiaoyan's expression changed in an instant. He had originally planned to leave a spiritual imprint on this storage ring. However, he did not expect that he would be blocked by another force the moment he came into contact with it. After some investigation, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, since He Mu was already dead, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, what was the situation now? After pondering for a while, Xiaoyan finally shook his head helplessly. From the looks of it, he could only use his spiritual strength to forcefully break it open. As soon as he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately moved his mind. Majestic spiritual energy swept out from between his eyebrows and rapidly gathered in the void in front of Xiaoyan. The frightening spiritual strength was extremely condensed and transformed into a faintly discernible hammer. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the hammer instantly smashed violently towards the storage ring while carrying a frightening spiritual strength. Boom! After an invisible explosion sounded, an invisible force immediately surged out from the pitch-black storage ring. It formed a layer of spiritual protective shield on the surface of the storage ring and protected the storage ring within it. When the huge spiritual hammer smashed onto the surface of the storage ring, circles of invisible ripples swiftly spread out from the invisible shield. Most of the energy contained in the hammer was completely dissipated. The remaining small portion was completely received by the storage ring. When he saw that the storage ring was actually unscathed after his attack, Xiaoyan felt quite surprised in his heart. The storage ring in front of him was really extraordinary. It actually possessed such a unique ability. However, just this alone was not enough to make Xiaoyan give up. Its owner is already dead and a storage ring is actually able to resist with all its might. I really want to see just how long this remnant spirit can last. With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan once again sent out a thought. Immediately, the huge spiritual hammer once again flew. A heavy hammer was accompanied by a hot wind as it smashed down violently. Bang! Xiaoyan's eyes once again hardened when he saw this. However, it quickly turned into a cold snort as he opened his mouth and laughed coldly. Humph! If one hammer is not enough, let's do it again. With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. Surging spiritual strength instantly surged out wildly from between his eyebrows. It completely merged into the huge spiritual hammer in front of him. After which, following Xiaoyan's order in his heart, the even more ferocious and terrifying spiritual hammer was accompanied by an even more frightening aura as it violently smashed down towards the pitch-black storage ring. Bang! 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 A long while later, Xiaoyan's brows were involuntarily knit together when he saw that the layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the storage ring had faded but was still firm. It was unexpected that a mere storage ring would actually cause him to put in so much effort. This really caused him to be a little furious. Damn it, what exactly is this broken thing? Why is it so tough? This young master just doesn't believe that a single spatial ring can cause any big waves when he's already dead. Break for this old man. Xiaoyan let out a stern cry. He was indeed infuriated by the storage ring in front of him. He extended his hand and grabbed the enormous hammer that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength in the empty space in front of him. After which, he rolled his sleeves, raised his arm and violently smashed it down. Bang! First, there was an intense cracking sound. However, Before Xiao Yan could furiously smash his hammer a second time, the spiritual protective shield on the storage ring suddenly burst apart amidst a clear cracking sound. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily when he saw this. He twisted his head unhappily in his heart, curled his lips and scolded. "Damn it, you really deserve a beating. If this young master knew that this young master would have smashed you apart with a hammer, there would not have been so much trouble. The things inside had better not disappoint this young master. Otherwise, I will definitely burn you into a piece of scrap metal." Xiao Yan pointed at the storage ring in his hand and scolded viciously. Only then did he scatter the huge spiritual hammer in his hand, leaving behind a wisp of spiritual strength that left his own spiritual imprint in the storage ring. After which, a thought passed through his mind and he entered it. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed swiftly the moment he entered it. Although he had said it earlier, the things within this storage ring were all extraordinary. Every single thing was sufficient to cause a shocking storm when it was brought to the outside world. However, after looking through it once, although his heart was somewhat shocked, there were still very few things that could be used by Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether it was qi methods, do techniques, medicinal pills or various natural treasures, everything was present. However, most of them were rare materials that Xiao Yan had no use for. Even if they were rare, they could only be used as currency to be auctioned or exchanged with others. There were naturally quite a number of things that moved Xiao Yan. Under Xiao Yan's investigation, there were also a couple of D-tier pill formulas. This was something that the current Xiao Yan just happened to lack the most. Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. Regardless of whether it was something that he lacked, he put it all away. Now that this storage ring belonged to him, the things within it naturally belonged to him. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, they were all his. After all, who would dislike having too many treasures? Under Xiao Yan's careful investigation, the thing that he was most concerned about this time around was finally found by Xiao Yan. Deep within the space of this storage ring, there was a wooden box hidden in a slightly hidden place. This wooden box was made from top-quality ginseng spiritual wood. Just by looking at it, Xiao Yan could imagine that this thing was definitely black wood and was extremely precious. Sure enough, after Xiao Yan opened the wooden box, he took a look and saw a green-white jade scroll lying quietly within the wooden box. When Xiao Yan poured his spiritual strength into it, a row of large words that caused one's blood to boil instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Low-level intent class Do technique, heart-shattering palm. Chapter 202. Low-level E-class Do technique, heart-shattering palm. Xiao Yan looked at the 9 soul-stirring words that appeared in the air in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. The reason why he had used all his strength to open this storage ring was partly because of the treasures within it. Most importantly, he wanted to find the E-class Do technique that He Mu was so proud of. An E-class Do technique was a frightening existence that surpassed both the man-class and spirit-class Do techniques. This kind of Do technique was something that even the stronger Origin Emperor and Origin Sect experts would not let go of, much less a mere half-emperor like Xiao Yan. There were indeed quite a number of treasures within this storage ring. However, if one were to really talk about it, just the jade scroll in Xiao Yan's hand was enough to make all the treasures within this storage ring pale in comparison. From this, one could see just how precious an E-class Do technique was. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He slowly placed the jade scroll in his hand back into the wooden box. His mind once again swept through the entire storage ring, hoping to find the other E-class Do technique that He Mu had used, the heaven-capturing claw, or perhaps something even more precious. Unfortunately, good luck would not repeatedly fall on one's head. One had to rely on one's own hands to work hard to obtain such a good fortune. Xiao Yan's gains from this big battle had come to an end. Xiao Yan was not discouraged because of this. Being able to find an E-class Do technique that he wanted had already caused him to be satisfied. As for the rest, it did not matter if there was nothing else. After all, he still understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Only by knowing how to be satisfied would one not be blinded by desire. This was also something that Xiao Yan had been constantly telling himself in his heart. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye in the eyes of a cultivator. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had once again recovered to its peak. Moreover, because of the harvest from the storage ring 3 days ago, Xiao Yan's complexion looked even more rosy than before, and his aura also became more vigorous. When he saw old Luo Duo, Xiao Yan exchanged a few words with them. The two old men also knew that it was time for Xiao Yan to leave. Hence, they did not say anything else. All they could do was wait for Xiao Yan to give them an expected surprise after the alchemist grand meeting. Hee Oriko. Remember, you must bring back the champion to thank this old man. Xiao Yan and Elder Luo stood in the void. Elder Luo casually opened the space passage that connected to the courtyard outside. Then he faced Xiao Yan and smiled. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept across the two seniors, and a respectful smile appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the two and said with a smile, "Seniors, I'll take my leave now. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll come and bother you again." Qing Mu laughed heartily when he heard this. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, it's just a matter of time." "All right, what do you mean by, in the future?" "We're so close. If you miss this old man, just shout from outside and I'll naturally welcome you in." "Ha." Xiao Yan smiled, turned around, and stepped into the space passage. The moment Xiao Yan entered the passage, Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in the dilapidated courtyard in the outside world. Looking at the familiar scene in the outside world, Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. In the end, this was the only stage where he could truly display himself. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly walked on the streets of the ancient savage city. When he heard the conversations of the surrounding people, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. At this moment, all these people were discussing the matter of him and MOD participating in the alchemist grand meeting. At this moment, Xiao Yan and MOD had already become the two most famous people in the ancient savage city. However, most of the words that Xiao Yan heard were filled with disdain and cold laughter toward him. In the mouths of the crowd, he was merely a coward who was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to step forward to fight. Xiao Yan could not be bothered to explain this. This was because the more he explained, the more people would misunderstand that he was truly a coward. Rather than that, he might as well use facts to prove himself. At this moment, there was still some time before the alchemist grand meeting began. Hence, Xiao Yan walked on the streets at a steady pace until he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden commotion. Suddenly, at the end of the crowd, there was the sound of a house being destroyed. Xiao Yan originally did not care about this. After all, this kind of thing was extremely common on the continent. He did not need to care about it, much less look at it. However, just as Xiao Yan continued to walk on without caring about anything, a figure descended from the sky. With a step on the street in front of Xiao Yan, the limestone road in front of him was forcefully turned into a pile of dust. The figure landed on the ground and instantly flew past Xiao Yan without the slightest hesitation. He swiftly flew out of the ancient savage city as if he was fleeing for his life. However, the instant this figure flew past Xiao Yan's originally unhurried footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He stood on the ground and looked straight ahead. A smile slowly surfaced on the corners of his mouth. "Ha ha, unexpectedly, I have met an old friend the moment I came out." After Xiao Yan's voice sounded, another couple of human figures swiftly flew past the empty space above Xiao Yan's head. Their frightening speed caused the crowd below to be involuntarily blown to the ground by the hurricane that came from in front of them. Everyone's eyes revealed surprise as they looked at Xiao Yan after seeing that Xiao Yan was safe and sound under the hurricane. Their eyes were filled with shock. The couple of people who had flown past their heads earlier were genuine bandy experts. The storm that was stirred by their actions was sufficient to send an ordinary elite Do Sheng flying. However, this young man in front of them was actually able to remain unmoved. Just how frightening was his strength? After a couple of breaths, 4 human figures appeared 1,000 feet behind Xiao Yan. They were currently surrounding a miserable-looking old man with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His aura was weak. All of his escape routes had been sealed by these 4 bandy experts. This old man no longer had any way to escape. Haha, you are very good at running? Don't stop. Continue running. The old me wants to see just where you can run to. A 3-star bandit actually wishes to escape from the 4 of us. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Haha. At this moment, the strongest amongst the 4, an intermediate-level bandit expert who had already reached the level of a 4-star bandit, revealed a mocking expression as he looked at the miserable-looking old man. Both of his eyes were filled with disdain. Qinzhong, the old me will advise you to hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation if you are tactful. The old me guarantees that I will not kill you. Otherwise, the old me will definitely not be merciful. Before his voice sounded, the old man's body suddenly shot forward. His right hand spread open and violently smashed towards Qinzhong's chest. He did not intend to give Qinzhong the opportunity to speak. Qinzhong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. With his strength and his current condition, he was no match for this person in front of him. All he could do was try his best to dodge. However, just as Qinzhong was about to dodge, the other 3 bandit experts swiftly moved and blocked Qinzhong in the same spot. The palm that broke through the air also violently smashed into Qinzhong's chest. Grug. Immediately, Qinzhong's face suddenly turned bright red. A mouthful of bright red blood was wildly spat out from his mouth. His aura also swiftly weakened. However, just as that old man was about to give Qinzhong a second palm strike, a light suddenly flashed among the 4 people. Qinzhong's body instantly disappeared. At the same time, an ice-cold voice slowly sounded. Earlier, which hand did you use to injure him? Chapter 203. Just now, which hand did you use to injure him? The ice-cold words did not contain the slightest emotion. It was as though they had been transmitted from the 9 serene hells, causing one's hair to stand on end. The instant Xiao Yan's words were emitted, the temperature of the entire place suddenly became extremely cold. This caused the people outside, who had come to watch the show, to feel as though they were in an ice cellar at this moment. They felt a deep and frightening chill. When the crowd saw Xiao Yan's face, there were immediately people who recognized that the black-robed man in front of them was the person who had resisted the hurricane on the street earlier. From the looks of it, this seemingly young fellow actually seemed to be a half-emperor expert. When they thought of this, the crowd outside the arena immediately emitted a sound of inhaling cold air. Everyone's faces revealed a grave expression. From the looks of it, this black-robed young man was also not an ordinary person. Being able to reach the half-emperor level at such an age, how could he be an ordinary person in this savage ancient city? Tieskeiska, looks like the wishful thinking of the 4 of them is going to fail. Within the crowd, a slightly older old man saw this scene and immediately sighed softly from his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth and laughed. The moment the old man's voice sounded, the surrounding crowd immediately turned their gazes to the old man. This old man once again laughed softly. A glint flickered in his old eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan in the arena. Immediately, he narrowed his old eyes and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. This young man's identity is definitely not ordinary. If I were to say it, everyone might be shocked. When they heard the old man's vague words, the crowd immediately became noisy. However, this old man acted as though he did not hear it. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. It was a long while later before he cupped his hands together and bowed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, his mouth slowly emitted a smile as he said, "This senior has already disappeared from the city for a month. He is also the person that everyone has been talking about and mocking during this 1 month. He is the ultimate source of the alchemist grand meeting being forcefully postponed, Yan Xiao." When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone outside the arena could not help but be stunned. The black-robed young man who had saved Qinzhong in a thunderous manner was actually Yan Xiao, who was as timid as a mouse. Instantly, everyone turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Even the 4 half-emperors present also looked at Xiao Yan with astonished gazes. Was the man in front of them really Yan Xiao, who had disappeared for a month? Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the people in the field. He just revealed a slightly surprised smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the old man and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "Old mister, you really have a unique insight. How can you tell that I am Xianxia?" When the old man heard this, the hands that he extended forward became even more respectful. His pair of old eyes looked towards Xiaoyan as he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Sir, you are too kind. It is not that this old man has a good eye for people. It is just that I was fortunate enough to meet you once before. Therefore, I was able to recognize you." Xiaoyan smiled and did not ask any further on this question. It was fine if he was recognized. It was not a big deal. However, his focus was on the 4 half-emperors in front of him. Xiaoyan lowered his head to look at the weak Qin Zhong in his embrace. He could not help but frown slightly. Threads of cold light slowly surfaced in his eyes. Although Qin Zhong's aura was weak in his embrace, his heart immediately became excited when he saw Xiaoyan. His weak body forcefully twisted and tried to get up from Xiaoyan's embrace. However, he could only helplessly be slowly placed on the ground by Xiaoyan. Just as Qin Zhong was about to open his mouth to say something, Xiaoyan casually stuffed a longan-sized medicinal pill into Qin Zhong's mouth before he could spit out the words that had reached his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered Qin Zhong's mouth, it instantly turned into an extremely pure energy torrent that quickly surged into Qin Zhong's body. Wherever the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill passed, the strength in Qin Zhong's body was rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This also caused Qin Zhong's eyes to suddenly surge with astonishment. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He did not explain further and only nodded his head to indicate that Qin Zhong was at ease. After which, he stood up and slowly turned around. His gaze looked towards the 4 half-emperors. These 4 Bandi experts had clearly heard of Xiaoyan's name. Back then, the ancestor of the Li clan was an expert at the 6-star Bandi class. However, he was still unable to gain any advantage in front of this black-robed, young man in front of them. This allowed them to clearly understand just how powerful Xiaoyan was. However, now that they had already reached this stage and the Void Lightning Pool invitation was right in front of them, how could they be willing to give up? When Xiaoyan's gaze was looking at the 4 half-emperors, the strongest amongst the 4, a 4-star half-emperor, also looked at Xiaoyan with a cold expression. He opened his mouth and sneered, "What? What? You are that Yan Xiao? After hiding for a month, you finally couldn't help but come out. However, this is also good. This old man remembers that you also have a Void Lightning Pool invitation that you obtained from Ligon back then. Now, this old man will take care of it for you." Facing the old man, who was also wearing a black robe, Xiaoyan sneered. He slowly raised his hand under his sleeves. His white palm looked exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight. With a thought, a ray of light flashed across his hand. A bright silver invitation instantly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the old man. His tone was still extremely cold as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, tell me, which hand did you use to injure him just now?" Faced with Xiaoyan's extremely cold words, the old man still had an indifferent expression. His gaze stared intently at the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Xiaoyan's hand. His tone was neither fast nor slow as he said, "This old man knows that you have an extremely powerful Do skill that is sufficient to allow you to fight against a 6-star half-emperor. However, there are currently 4 half-emperors here. Do you think that you have the qualifications to speak to this old man in such a manner?" After his voice sounded, the old man's foot suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly swept towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes also became increasingly icy cold. He let out a cold snort and similarly took half a step forward. Under his feet, a frightening aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the old man's suddenly and violently pressed down. The expression of the old man instantly changed when the two came into contact. He did not expect that with his strength, the other party would not lose to him even a little while he was suppressing Xiaoyan with his aura. The strength of this Yan Xiao was really frightening. At this moment, the other 3 half-emperors behind the old man also saw that the situation was not right. One by one, they stepped forward and took a step towards Xiaoyan. The aura of a 3-star half-emperor was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. However, just as the old man thought that he would be able to suppress Xiao Yan in this manner, Xiao Yan once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body shook and the aura within his body instantly erupted. Immediately, an aura that was even more frightening than the combined aura of these 4 people crazily swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It completely suppressed the aura of these 4 half-emperors. Chapter 204. At this moment, several figures were standing in the middle of the street that was surrounded by the crowd. 2 completely different frightening auras had already filled the area. At this moment, opposite Xiao Yan, 4 figures were using all their strength to resist Xiao Yan's aura and pressure. All 4 of them were half-martial emperors. 4 half-martial emperors had actually been defeated by Xiao Yan's aura alone. After this battle, it would likely be difficult for these 4 half-martial emperors to establish themselves in the ancient city of Savage Desolation. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were looking at Xiao Yan, who had an indifferent expression on his face, with faces filled with fear. All of them felt extremely solemn in their hearts. No matter what, they had never imagined that Yan Zhao's strength would actually be so frightening. They were all 3-star half-martial emperors. Even if the 4 of them attacked together, their auras would not be able to suppress Xiao Yan in the slightest. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were finally unable to help themselves from doubting Xiao Yan's strength. Was the black-robed youth before them truly only a 3-star half-martial emperor? If so, why was the strength that he had erupted with inferior to even some 6-star half-martial emperors? At this moment, even the eyes of the crowd that had come to spectate were filled with shock. Yan Zhao had actually suppressed 3 half-martial emperors of the same level by himself. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that there was even a frightening 4-star half-martial emperor amongst them. At this moment, they did not even dare to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that this was reality and not an illusion? In response, the old man who had recognized Xiao Yan earlier had a calm smile on his face. He had grown up in the ancient city of Savage Desolation since he was a child and had seen too many great things. The scene before his eyes might be difficult for others to accept, but he understood that the reason why Xiao Yan was able to suppress these 4 half-martial emperors was all because of Xiao Yan's own efforts. Xiao Yan in the battleground looked at the expressions on the faces of these 4 people. His mouth once again emitted a cold snort. His straight body abruptly leaned forward. A frightening aura also carried a frightening pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it violently pressed down. In an instant, the auras of the 4 half-martial emperors were easily crushed by Xiao Yan. The 4 half-martial emperors' bodies were also sent flying backwards and violently smashed onto the ground. The 4 half-martial emperors' bodies were in a sorry state as they climbed up and gradually retreated. Obviously, the 4 of them knew that they were no match for Xiao Yan and that there would not be a good outcome if they continued to stay. Thus, they already had thoughts of retreat in their hearts. However, even though they wanted to leave, Xiao Yan of the Desolation of the Martial Emperors of the Savage Martial Emperor of the Desolation Realm. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed as he stood on the spot. He had already disappeared. The expressions of the 4 bandits changed drastically upon seeing this. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them suddenly leaped forward. Their feet violently stepped on empty air. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly fled in 4 different directions. Humph! Yan Zhao, although you are not weak, you will not be able to stop the 4 of us if we want to leave. After these words were spoken, Qin Zhong, who had already recovered, also stood up behind Xiao Yan. He looked in the direction that the 4 half-martial emperors had left and frowned slightly. He advised Xiao Yan, "Brother Yan Zhao, I think we should forget about it. If the 4 of them split up and leave, then they will definitely leave. If the 4 half-martial emperors split up, it is indeed impossible to stop them." The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile as he looked in the direction that the 4 half-martial emperors had left. He turned his head to look at Qin Zhong and said with a faint smile, Brother Qin, you just need to relax and stay here. I want to see how fast the 4 of them can be." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan did not wait for Qin Zhong to speak again. His body instantly flashed and in the next moment, He had already appeared high up in the sky. With a thought, the avatar in his body quickly condensed in the empty space beside him. After exchanging glances with the avatar, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and instantly used the Sky Absolute Steps. His body flashed and he chased after one of the 3-star half-martial emperors who was relatively weaker. The Sky Absolute Steps was a human-class agility do skill. Naturally, there was no need to mention its speed. Back then, Xiao Yan was able to fight against a 7-star half-martial emperor when he had just made some progress. Now that Xiao Yan's strength had gradually increased, when he used it, it was likely that his speed would not be inferior to an 8-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, once the Sky Absolute Steps was used, Xiao Yan's speed immediately became like a meteor chasing after the moon. He instantly cut through the empty space and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the 3-star half-martial emperor. However, before the 3-star half-martial emperor could do anything, Xiao Yan had already ruthlessly thrown a punch at him. Before he could react, the punch violently smashed into his chest. After the punch, the 3-star half-martial emperor's body weakly fell from the empty space. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body once again flashed. After 2 consecutive heavy punches, another 2 human figures fell from the empty space like corpses. They violently smashed into the ground below, creating a huge pit that was dozens of feet deep. However, after the 3 figures fell from the sky, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded from an empty space that was even further away from Xiao Yan. This sound reverberated across the entire sky of the ancient savage city, causing the expressions of all the experts in the city to abruptly change at this moment. The strength that this explosion contained was really not weak. Under the perception of some high-class half-martial emperors, their expressions instantly became ugly at this moment. This was because this earth-shaking explosion was actually caused by the self-destruction of a half-martial emperor. At this moment, under this earth-shaking explosion, tens of thousands of people in the city were already shocked. Everyone felt an incomparable shock in their hearts. A half-martial emperor had actually self-destructed in the sky above the ancient savage city. At this moment, all the half-martial emperors swiftly moved. They had to pay attention to this kind of half-martial emperor-level matter. As for Xiao Yan, the moment the explosion sounded, the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. This was because that earth-shaking explosion was caused by his clone. In order to not harm the ancient city below, Xiao Yan had forcefully suppressed the power within his clone's body when it self-destructed. Otherwise, who knew what kind of big trouble he would cause in the ancient savage city? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a cold smile as he flew and landed. He saw an enormous deep pit on the ground below. His body moved and his leg kicked down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge pit deepened once again. Xiao Yan, who was within it, violently threw an extremely weak body out of the huge pit with one hand. He threw the body in front of the surrounding crowd as if he was throwing out trash. I remember asking you previously which hand injured Qin Zhong. Since you are unwilling to tell me, I can only guess myself. As the ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion sounded, Xiao Yan's hand gently trembled in front of the extremely terrified eyes of the old man. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flames suddenly appeared in his palm. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, a familiar joyous voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. What? Ha ha. So it's you. I thought that something had happened here. Ha ha. You have really made this old man look for you over the past month. Chapter 205. Xiao Yan's hand paused for a moment. He lifted his head and looked up. At this moment, the sky was already occupied by dozens of human figures. At this moment, other than the few familiar figures, the rest of these people were all looking at Xiao Yan with curious gazes. These people were all people who had come to watch the alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, their strengths were all at the half-emperor level. The weakest among them had already reached the level of a 3-star half-emperor. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's strength was really not enough in front of these people. Ha, Chairman Gu Li, I really missed you very much after not seeing you for a month. Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a smile when he saw the old human figure in the empty sky. His mouth also laughed out loud. When the half-emperors heard that the person below was actually Yen Xiao, who had disappeared for a month, all of them could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately after, as they looked at each other, they also redefined Xiao Yan's image in their hearts. The outside world had always said that Xiao Yan did not dare to participate in the alchemist grand meeting because he was timid and weak. However, these were after all only known by ordinary people. These half-emperors did not believe in the slightest. However, they had always been extremely curious about Xiao Yan's sudden disappearance in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Yan, everyone naturally had a good impression of him in their hearts. Gu Li also smiled when he heard this. His gaze then landed on the old man beside Xiao Yan's feet. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and asked with some doubt. This is, however, before Gu Li's voice sounded, another human figure swiftly flew over from the end of the street in the distance. When Xiao Yan saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "Looks like Brother Qin has almost recovered." Before Qin Zhong arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his clear voice was already clearly heard. When Qin Zhong heard this, his face was filled with gratitude as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, this is all thanks to Brother Yan Zhao's medicinal pills. Otherwise, I really don't know when I'll be able to recover from that palm strike." At this point, there was no need for Xiao Yan to say anything more. Gu Li also understood that this matter was likely caused by Qin Zhong. Xiao Yan laughed with Qin Zhong. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at Gu Li. After which, he swept his eyes over the group of Bandi experts in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke to Gu Li. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. However, it has already been resolved. However, I do not know how to make so many half-martial emperors welcome me together." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the various half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but burst into laughter at his humorous words. Of course, they were not here to welcome Xiao Yan. If it were not for the terrifying explosion just now, they would not have been alarmed and come here. At this moment, it was likely that the only people in the sky who found Xiao Yan an eyesore and had gloomy faces were Mod and Old Demon who were standing in a corner. At this moment, when Mod saw that Xiao Yan was actually standing in the ancient savage city unscathed, his heart was filled with anger. A month ago, he had been seriously injured by Old Luo's attack. This debt was all on Xiao Yan's head. If it were not for Xiao Yan, the Alchemist Grand Meeting would have already ended and the Alchemist Guild in the ancient savage city would have been under their control. However, because of this Yen Xiao, their originally perfect plan had been ruined time and time again. However, the most hateful thing was that Xiao Yan's alchemy skills were actually just as terrifying. At such a young age, he already possessed such terrifying strength. Moreover, he possessed some kind of heavenly flame and possessed an ultimate Do skill. No matter which one it was, they all moved him. Since Xiao Yan had arrived in the ancient savage city, he had first crossed the gap of 3 stars to fight a 6-star half-martial emperor. Then he had summoned the revered Old Luo in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, he had obtained the rank 2 alchemist badge in the Alchemist Guild. If one were to look at these things carefully, it would seem that Xiao Yan had come for the Alchemist Grand Meeting from the very beginning. He had been rampaging all the way and no one had been able to stop him. Even the 7-star half-martial emperor that Mod had sent to kill Xiao Yan was like throwing meat buns at a dog. The Xiao Yan in front of her was just like a 10,000-year-old demon that was stored in a tender skin bag. Bastard! So what if you have returned? Once the Alchemist Grand Meeting begins, this old man will still defeat you beneath my feet. Compared to Mod, Old Freak who stood to the side saw things even more clearly than him. From the very first glance at Xiao Yan, he had already sensed that Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. Mod, did you discover something different about that Yen Xiao compared to a month ago? This old man keeps feeling that there is something wrong with him. At this moment, Old Freak who narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan as he sent a voice transmission to Mod beside him. As they were on the same boat as Mod, Old Freak who naturally knew about the matter of Xiao Yan and Old Freak Sun. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan. Now that he was asking about Xiao Yan, he was unwilling to let go of any detail about Xiao Yan. Hearing that, Mod also frowned slightly. Since old freak who had said so, he would rather believe it than not. Immediately, Mod also hurriedly cast his gaze toward Xiao Yan. With a thought, his soul power rapidly spread out and carefully surrounded Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who was chatting with Gu Li and the others, felt the faintly discernible soul power around him. However, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile as he allowed the soul power to slowly envelop his body. After devouring and refining He Mu's soul power, the current Xiao Yan's soul power was no longer weaker than Mod's. Thus, it was simply impossible for Mod to investigate him without Xiao Yan's detection. Yan Xiao, since you have already returned, it is time for the alchemist grand meeting to begin. After all, so many of us have waited for you for a month. After chatting for a while, Gu Li lifted his eyes to look at the sky. It was noon and it was indeed time for the grand meeting to begin. When Gu Li's words left his mouth, the half-martial emperors behind him immediately became noisy. They had waited for a month for Xiao Yan to return and participate in the alchemist grand meeting. Now that the time had come and everyone was in place, it was time for the alchemist grand meeting to begin. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. He cupped his hands together and cupped them toward the half-martial emperors in the sky. Only then did he open his mouth and say with a smile, "Everyone, I also know that because of me, all of you have waited for a month in vain. I know that among all of you, there are definitely some who have become impatient from waiting. Here, I would like to personally apologize to all of you." Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and bowed after his words sounded. This action immediately obtained the approval of many half-martial emperors present. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan's words were sincere or not, he had after all expressed his attitude in front of so many people. If they were still not satisfied, it would be a little boring. Xiao Yan placed his hands down and looked at the smiling half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Although these people had not reached the level where Xiao Yan felt threatened, it was ultimately not a bad thing to leave a good impression. Moreover, these people had some understanding of his strength. Since he was not afraid of opponents who were 3 stars above him, there was naturally no need for him to bow down to them. At this moment, his attitude was already enough to let them put down all the grudges they had against Xiao Yan in their hearts. No matter who it was, this was not a bad thing. Gu Li's face was filled with a smile when he saw this move of Xiao Yan's. This method of Xiao Yan had not only left behind a good reputation for himself, but it could also once again attract a large group of alchemists to their alchemist grand meeting. However, just as everyone was preparing to return to watch the alchemist grand meeting begin, Xiao Yan, who was the focus of attention, gently waved his hand. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm, causing the temperature of this area to suddenly rise at this moment. Seeing this scene, the people in the field who were about to leave once again stopped and looked at Xiao Yan in unison. On the other hand, Xiao Yan looked at Qin Zhong with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Brother Qin, which hand did this guy use when he injured you previously?" Hearing this extremely calm sentence, Qin Zhong could not help but be stunned. After a moment, he quickly reacted. After talking for so long, Xiao Yan had actually returned to the starting point. The people in the sky also saw this scene and heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Their impression of Xiao Yan immediately improved a lot in their hearts. He was indeed a rare person to be so concerned about his friend. Qin Zhong frowned and pondered for a long time. His eyes turned slightly and saw a red handprint on his chest. The sequence of the 5 fingers was obviously from his right hand. Xiao Yan smiled upon seeing this. He did not wait for Qin Zhong to say anything more as his eyes suddenly shifted downwards. In an instant, his originally smiling face was suddenly replaced by an ice-cold expression that was as cold as the 9 serene springs. A fire flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yan's hand, which was controlling the heavenly flame, suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame in his palm suddenly exploded and turned into a large flame that quickly wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, in the sky, Missouri D's expression suddenly changed. His mind quickly turned and he quickly withdrew the spiritual power that he had released. Unfortunately, although his actions were not slow, under Xiao Yan's sudden attack, a part of his spiritual power was still injured. It would be difficult for him to recover in the near future. Damn it! You are ruthless! Xiao Yan smiled after removing the spiritual strength that had adhered to his body. His eyes swept over the empty space without leaving a trace. His eyes collided with Emodi's eyes in the empty space. His eyes contained some ridicule, causing the latter's fury to soar. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, completely ignored him. He waved his right hand and the heavenly flame in his palm immediately shot out. It instantly incinerated the right arm of the old man, who had already fainted, into nothingness. There was a piece of charred flesh at the joint. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew the heavenly flame. At the same time, Xiao Yan glanced again at the old man, who was lying motionless on the ground. After so many years, Xiao Yan had already learned that as long as it was an enemy, he would definitely not show mercy and would not give them a chance. As long as he attacked, Xiao Yan did not have the habit of leaving anyone alive. This person was no exception. Chapter 206. Above the Void Square in the ancient city of Wildlands. At this moment, the Void Square had already reached a frightening state where it was packed with people. Almost all of the large and small factions within the ancient city of Wildlands, as long as they could fly in the sky and had the ability to step onto the Void Square, had already arrived. At this moment, the Void Square could only be described with 4 words: shoulder to shoulder. It was unexpected that after a month, the attraction of the Alchemist Grand Meeting was actually even more frightening, causing countless people to come. Of course, the main reason for this was Xiao Yan. Or rather, it was because of Elder Luo. A month ago, Elder Luo had personally stepped forward to forcefully postpone the Alchemist Grand Meeting in order to help Xiao Yan. Such a magnificent feat could be said to be the first in the history of the ancient city of Wildlands. Just because of a 3-star half-martial emperor, the continent's Pill Pagoda's rules had been disregarded, and the Alchemist Grand Meeting was forcefully postponed. In this ancient city of desolation, apart from Elder Luo, who was well known and respected by tens of thousands of people, could accomplish such a magnificent feat. However, the most important thing was that the person who caused Elder Luo to do such a thing was actually only a 3-star half-emperor. It was also because of this, in addition to the matter of Xiao Yan in the city during the day, that the current Xiao Yan had already become the focus of attention. Currently, all of the people who had come to watch the Alchemist Grand Meeting, other than wanting to take a look at the miraculous alchemy skills of an alchemist, they also wanted to see this exceptional genius, Yan Xiao, who had shocked the entire city. Although the entire Void Square was surrounded by the crowd like an enlarged version of a soccer ball, the space inside the soccer ball still appeared to be empty and there was still space left. This was the competition venue of the Alchemist Grand Meeting this time around. It was the stage where the 2 focal figures of the Alchemist Grand Meeting would fight. Although the interior space was still considered spacious and there was still room, the atmosphere within was still somewhat oppressive due to the encirclement of countless people. However, it still appeared somewhat heavy and pressuring. This caused Xiao Yan's and Emodi's hearts to involuntarily surge with an unknown pressure. Gu Li stood in the middle of the entire stadium in the empty space. His gaze slowly swept across the incomparably noisy audience. The corners of his mouth also felt a little proud of the vastness of this Alchemist Grand Meeting. He'd managed the Alchemist Guild all his life and held and presided over who knows how many large meetings. But it was truly the first time he'd had such a feeling of dark clouds covering the sun like today. His hands slowly pressed down on the space in front of him, and a faint aura spread out. However, the expected silence did not appear. This caused Gu Li's face to involuntarily become a little embarrassed. It seemed that these people today were more courageous than before. The corners of Gu Li's mouth curled up into a smile. With a thought, the frightening aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately spread out. In an instant, other than the few people present, even some of the half-martial emperors present revealed serious expressions. It must be said that as the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, without mentioning his alchemy skills, Gu Li's strength was truly boundless. Sure enough, the previously noisy empty stadium immediately quietened down after Gu Li's action. Everyone's faces were grave as they looked at Gu Li. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had already been pressured by this frightening aura until their heads turned red. Clearly, they could no longer endure it. Gu Li gently shook his head when he saw this. He slowly scattered the aura and pressure. Honestly speaking, it was not that he wanted to use violent methods. It was just that these people really did not understand ordinary language. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this. He ignored the nonsense that Gu Li was about to say. Instead, he appeared to be lazily curled up in his chair. His spiritual strength quietly spread out and investigated everything in the arena. Next, this old man announces that the final round of the Alchemist Grand Meeting has officially begun. Finally, the sentence that everyone had been waiting for was uttered from Gu Li's mouth. At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling. Their mouths also cried out in agreement. The atmosphere in the arena was completely ignited at this moment. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the empty space. A human figure wearing an alchemist robe was the first to step onto a stone platform in the empty space. As the human figure stood there, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. However, all of them emitted a soft hiss from their mouths. This was because the person wearing an alchemist robe was none other than MOD, who was going to compete with Xiao Yan in alchemy skills in this round. When he heard the disdainful words from everyone's mouths, MOD's face trembled in anger. In his heart, he wished that he could slap all these ants in front of him to death. However, he could only do this in the current situation. He tried his best to ignore them. After all, the most important thing at this moment was not these ants who had never seen the world. Instead, it was this rank 2 alchemist who was going to compete with him, Yan Xiao. Standing on the stone platform, MOD looked at Xiao Yan, who was still curled up in his chair from a distance. His mouth emitted a cold snort. Immediately, he ignored him. He extended his hand and a glow flashed from the storage ring on his hand. A purple-black medicinal cauldron flew out and heavily smashed onto the stone platform in front of MOD. This medicinal cauldron was purple-black in color. There was a bat carved on both sides of the medicinal cauldron. The wings of the bat were connected to each other to form the body of the cauldron. 2 bloody large mouths had transformed into 2 fire vents. 4 claws supported the entire medicinal cauldron on the ground. Its sharp ears were connected together, forming a 4-sided opening lid. When MOD took out this medicinal cauldron, the expressions of Gu Li and the rest in the judges' seats changed slightly. Clearly, they were quite surprised by MOD's medicinal cauldron. It is unexpected that this is actually the blood bat cauldron. This fellow has actually obtained it. Hasn't this medicinal cauldron always been their association head's treasure? Looks like they have invested quite a lot in this grand meeting. However, while MOD's side was being passionately discussed by everyone, Xiao Yan slowly stood up from his chair. He appeared to have just woken up and stretched his lazy waist. Immediately, a smile surfaced on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. His body moved and instantly appeared on a stone platform. Xiao Yan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Everyone wanted to see what grade of medicinal cauldron Xiao Yan could take out since MOD had taken out such a high-grade medicinal cauldron. When MOD saw that Xiao Yan had finally stood up, he thought of the Luo Tian cauldron that he had seen previously. The joy that had risen in his heart immediately disappeared. Why should Xiao Yan not only possess a heavenly flame, but also a medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, which was the dream of all alchemists? Yet, MOD still had to think of ways to borrow another person's cauldron to keep up appearances. The anger in his heart had already accumulated to an unimaginable level. If he could, he really wanted to seize everything that belonged to Xiao Yan in his hands. He also wanted to be the center of attention. He also wanted everyone to worship him. Unfortunately, there was still a big gap between reality and imagination. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch as Xiao Yan took the limelight. Standing on the stone platform, Xiao Yan wore a cold smile as he looked at MOD, who had a gloomy face on the other side. He opened his mouth and sneered. "Do you know why you have been stuck as a rank 2 alchemist for so long? It is because you are too narrow-minded and your heart is too dirty. The most important thing for an alchemist is the soul. As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia waved his sleeve. At the same time, the storage ring on his hand flashed, and a huge scarlet light suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. The light gradually disappeared, and a scarlet medicinal cauldron also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This medicinal cauldron was completely scarlet red, as if it had been burned through by a raging flame. Various ancient magical beasts were engraved on the cauldron's body. The invisible aura that spread out made people feel as if they were in the midst of a herd of beasts. They could feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. When the medicinal cauldron appeared, most of the people present could not help but have a change in expression. Obviously, they recognized this extremely domineering medicinal cauldron. When Mod, Guli, and the others saw this medicinal cauldron, their expressions could not help but freeze. Their eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. In particular, Guli and Mod were even more shocked by Xianxia's enormous foundation. It was a long while later that Guli finally recovered with great difficulty. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He did not expect that not only was the Luotian cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, in Xianxia's hands, but even this terrifying existence, which was ranked sixth on the heavenly tripod list, would appear in Xianxia's hands. Yan Xiao, you have brought us too many surprises. The thousand beast cauldron. In addition to the heavenly flame, Mod, what are your chances of winning? Chapter 207. Mod stared at the crimson medicinal cauldron in front of Xianxia from afar. His heart was already filled with rage. In addition to what Xianxia had just said, his hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling uncontrollably. At this very moment he really wanted to rush over and tear Xianxia to pieces. Everything that was happening before his eyes made him feel that this world was too unfair. Why did he have to lower his pride and beg for Xianxia when he had everything? Why did he have to be suppressed by this brat who came out of nowhere? Mod's heart was burning with rage. When he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him, it was as if he was looking at a pile of trash. Indeed, compared to the thousand beast cauldron in front of Xianxia, the bloodbat cauldron in front of Mod was indeed like a pile of scrap metal. Humph! With a cold snort, Mod tried his best to calm himself down. After which, he closed his eyes and slowly sat down. After all, the refinement of an elixir pill required a long time of refining and fusing. During this process, the slightest disturbance could not be tolerated. Otherwise, if one's state of mind became unstable, it was very likely that the refinement process would end in failure. This was even more so for the Emperor tier elixir pill that Xianxia and Mod were about to refine. Although Mod had already become a rank 2 alchemist and his spiritual strength had also reached the Emperor realm for many years, even so, with his current ability, his confidence in successfully refining an Emperor-grade elixir was still less than 50%. From this, one could imagine how difficult it was to refine an Emperor-tier elixir pill. Compared to a grade 9 elixir pill, an Emperor-tier elixir pill required a much more terrifying amount of natural energy. At the same time, it was also an extremely terrifying burden for the refiner. When an alchemist refined an Emperor-tier elixir pill, the first thing they had to deal with was the medicinal ingredients. Compared to ordinary medicinal herbs, the consumption of these medicinal herbs for alchemists during the process of refining medicinal herbs was also unimaginable. This process not only tested the alchemist's spiritual strength, but also the alchemist's cultivation level. After all, the medicinal ingredients used to refine an Emperor-tier elixir pill were not ordinary items. The refining process was naturally much longer. Without a certain cultivation foundation, one would be unable to refine an Emperor-tier elixir even if one's spiritual strength could keep up. For a high-tier alchemist, refining an elixir not only required a frightening spiritual strength that exceeded an ordinary person's, but it also required one's strength to be incomparably harsh. It was a long while later before Mod once again slowly opened his eyes. A glint flickered within his dark eyes. The violent do-chi within his body was once again suppressed by him. Mod's eyes were indifferent as they swept over Xianxia, who was similarly seated on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed into a thin line. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and a black fog-like black-colored flame surged out. It transformed into a large black fog that lingered around Mod's body. Black soaring snake flame. As its name suggested, it was a flame that was produced from the body of an adult black soaring snake. The lethality of this flame was not great, but it was unusually dense. After it was released, it would appear like a black fog that blocked one's sight and could even block one's probing. Once one was enveloped by it, a frighteningly high temperature would be released under the control of the black soaring snake. Combined with the concealment ability of the black soaring snake, many people had suffered quite a great loss because of it. Following the appearance of this black soaring snake flame, the square was immediately covered by a dense black fog. Mod's figure was also hidden within it, making it difficult to detect him. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. There was nothing wrong with this flame. However, Mod's actions caused Xiao Yan to feel that it was intentional. Within a couple of breaths, the dense black fog was swiftly withdrawn. It swiftly agglomerated in the air and turned into a dark black soaring snake. Under Mod's control, it entered the medicinal cauldron through the fire passage on the blood-back cauldron. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly. His eyes swept over Mod, only to see an evil smile hanging on the corner of Mod's mouth at this moment. A pair of shady old eyes revealed a ruthless expression. Xiao Yan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw this. He felt that it was strange in his heart. However, he was ultimately unable to figure out the reason. All he could do was helplessly shake his head. Immediately, he lifted his eyes and looked at Gu Li, who had been quietly waiting in the judges' seats. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with the other party. Only then did he slowly raise his arm. His palm aimed at the empty space above his head. A fiery glow instantly surged in his eyes. His mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry. "Fire, come!" This stern cry was like a clap of thunder. It caused the noisy empty space to become silent for a brief moment. When everyone raised their eyes, they saw that the empty space in the direction where Xiao Yan's palm was pointing had emitted a loud bang. A brilliant heavenly flame had erupted all over the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the faces of a countless number of people present to appear as though they had been grilled by an intense flame at this moment. Their faces swiftly turned hot red. Xiao Yan waved his large hand when the heavenly flame appeared. The heavenly flame that permeated the sky immediately began to twist. After a couple of changes, it agglomerated into a brilliant fire dragon that soared into the sky. It caused a countless number of people present to emit waves of earth-shaking agreement at this moment. The fire dragon agglomerated and looked at the soaring snake that was continuously spinning in Mod's medicinal cauldron. The two flames faced each other. The heavenly flames were the divine flames of the world. How could it allow such a flame to continue rising in front of it? Immediately, a thunderous dragon roar was emitted from the fire dragon's mouth. Its entire body shook and a terrifying heavenly flame aura instantly swept out. This caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. A heavenly flame was a heavenly flame. Although it had been subdued by Xiao Yan, it still had its overbearing nature. Once the heavenly flame appeared, 10,000 flames would be destroyed. Although it would not die, it could not allow this bastard flame in front of it to continue burning and rising. Sure enough, the black soaring snake flame in Mod's medicinal cauldron began to shake violently uncontrollably the moment this aura was released. The originally fiercely burning flame was swiftly extinguished. Mod's expression instantly became ugly when he saw this. He was once again furious in his heart. The dou qi in his body suddenly surged out as he used all his strength to endure. He wanted the flame in the cauldron to rise once again. However, how could the heavenly flame be happy when it saw this? Its enormous dragon body turned and its thick dragon tail violently swung in the air. It had used the ultimate skill of the dragon tribe, the divine dragon tail whip. The thick dragon tail did not strike the medicinal cauldron when it was swung. Instead, it appeared as though it was fanning a fart as it pushed an even more overbearing heavenly flame aura toward the flame. Indeed, under the divine skill of the heavenly flame dragon, regardless of how furious Mod was in his heart or how wildly the Do Qi in his body was being poured out, the black soaring snake flame in the cauldron in front of him was extinguished when the frightening heavenly flame aura arrived. At this moment, Mod could only glare at Xiaoyan with a heart filled with fury. There was nothing else he could do. Only after doing all this did the heavenly flame dragon swiftly shrink its body like an obedient child who had completed its mission. It twisted its body and flew in front of Xiaoyan, after which, it happily flipped and danced in his palm. Xiaoyan gently smiled at the cute little fellow in his hand. Immediately he ceased hesitating. With a random toss of his hand, he threw it into the demonic beast cauldron in front of him, preparing to warm it up before refining the medicinal pill. Chapter 208. Above the crowded void square, the noisy atmosphere from a moment ago became silent again. Gu Li's figure once again stood above the void. With a smile on his face, he slowly swept his gaze across the square. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Gu Li slowly extended his hand from under his sleeves. Light flickered in his palm and a scroll appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they involuntarily frowned. Gu Li smiled faintly. He raised the scroll in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. This scroll is an Emperor-grade pill formula. Because the number of participants has been reduced from the original 3 to 2, I've decided to give it to the alchemist and the pill formula as the reward for the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. As his words rang out, the square immediately became noisy. Although they were not alchemists, they knew the value of an Emperor-tier pill formula. The attractiveness of a D-tier pill formula was sufficient to cause a Tier 2 alchemist's expression to change. This was equivalent to a bargaining chip that Gu Li had placed in order to get Xiaoyan to go all out. Clearly, Xiaoyan was very fond of Gu Li's bargaining chip. Until now, the only Emperor-tier pill formula that he had come into contact with was the Emperor Tribulation pill formula in his storage ring. As for the others, although he had 2 scrolls, he had never used them. Now that Gu Li was using this to attract him, how could he not be moved? The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth carried a smile as he looked at Gu Li. He realized that the latter was also looking at him. The 4 eyes made contact and smiled at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, could not help but quietly curse "old fox" in his heart. Gu Li had really put in a lot of effort for his alchemist association. Gu Li smiled as a glint flashed across his eyes. He also laughed in his heart. After which, his gaze once again swept across the square and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Next, I announce that the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will now begin. As Gu Li's words rang out, it was no surprise that it brought about intense and crazy cheers in the square. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned at this moment and landed on the real protagonists of the square, Xiaoyan and Mod. Next, it was time for the 2 of them to show off their skills. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. The smile on his face gradually turned into confidence that rose from the bottom of his heart. Although this was Xiaoyan's first time refining an Emperor-grade pill, Xiaoyan understood that if he wanted to successfully refine an Emperor-grade pill, he absolutely could not be impatient. He had to ensure that his state of mind was stable enough. Moreover, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in every aspect. Only in this way could he increase his success rate in concocting Emperor-grade pills. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan, who was currently under the attention of tens of thousands of people, did not begin the various preparations before refining the medicinal pill. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly shut his rippleless pitch-black eyes. Both of his hands formed the training seal and the flame art chi method within his body also began to circulate according to Xiaoyan's thoughts. In merely a couple of breaths' time, Xiaoyan had already completely entered into his training state. Every breath he took caused everyone watching outside to be stunned. Currently, the Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially begun. Not only did Yan Xiao not begin to refine a pill, he had instead sat cross-legged on the ground and began to train his Do Qi. Could it be that he did not have any confidence in himself and was planning to use this method to pass the time? Of course, the people present were not fools. Quite a number of people knew that Xiaoyan had only become a rank 2 alchemist in the past month. His current actions were merely to ensure that he was in his best condition. The corner of Emodi's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile when he saw this. Compared to Xiao Yan, he had already refined emperor-grade medicinal pills. From the way he saw it, training was completely unnecessary. If one did not have sufficient ability during the refinement, regardless of how high one's cultivation was or how strong one's do-qi was, it would still be useless. Seeing that Xiao Yan was still concentrating on his training, Mod would not give up on this opportunity. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. His shriveled hand also violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him at the same time. Immediately, the cover of the medicinal cauldron opened. Soon after, numerous bright-colored medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The medicinal pill that Mod wanted to refine was called the Meru pill. Its effect was to greatly increase the strength of a half-emperor for a period of time. It could be considered quite difficult to refine among the emperor-grade medicinal pills. However, it was a little inferior when compared to Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill. This caused Mod to involuntarily rejoice in his heart. Even if he did not have the same foundation as Xiao Yan, the Heavenly Flame and the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he had at least refined an emperor-grade medicinal pill before. Hence, he was aware of the difficulty of refining an emperor-grade medicinal pill. No matter how one put it, he was more confident than Xiao Yan in refining it. This was the only advantage that he had over Xiao Yan. The corners of Emodi's mouth immediately revealed an arrogant smile after the medicinal ingredients entered the cauldron. A thought passed through his mind and the flame in the cauldron instantly pounced forward. It separated the medicinal ingredients into a ball and began to refine them together. While Mod was doing his best to refine the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron, everyone looked at Xiao Yan again. However, he was still the same. Both of his legs were crossed as he sat on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slightly shut and there was no expression on his face. Wisps of natural energy gradually flowed into Xiao Yan's body through his nose. After some refinement, they flowed into the vortex. At this moment, even Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated at the judges' seats, could not bear to continue watching. Could it be that Yan Xiao was really going to continue in this manner? Mod had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients. Compared to the expressions on their faces, Elder Xian and a young man holding a jade fan at a certain spot in the arena appeared exceptionally calm. Although Elder Luo was also a little worried in his heart, he relaxed after seeing the smile on the young man's face beside him. Compared to his understanding of Xiao Yan, the young man beside him knew a little more. The Yan Xiao in front of him was never a person who would give up so easily. Cuckoo, let's wait and see. Once his aura has recovered to its peak, it will be time for him to begin refining the pill. The young man's words had just sounded when Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes. His face did not carry the slightest emotion as he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Both of his hands were waved in unison. Do-qi wildly surged and spiritual strength swept out like a tsunami. An even wilder bone-chilling flame also swiftly spread out at this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yan withdrew his right hand. Immediately, he violently slammed it on the fire outlet of the Thousand Beast Cauldron in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within it swiftly agglomerated together. The aura within it also became increasingly wild and violent. Explode! A low cry sounded and the heavenly flame within the cauldron suddenly exploded. A wave of frighteningly high temperature from the heavenly flame suddenly swept across the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, causing the entire medicinal cauldron to tremble involuntarily. Now was the time. Xiao Yan took advantage of the opportunity and waved his sleeves. The medicinal ingredients around him, which had already been frozen by the bone-chilling flame, were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him with a thought. On the judges' seats, Gu Li and the other judges involuntarily felt surprised at this method of Xiao Yan's. At the same time, however, they also prayed that they would be able to see a true fierce battle. Chapter 209. From the judges' seats, Gu Li watched as Xiaoyan sealed all the medicinal ingredients in ice with one hand and ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron with the other. Gu Li could not help but frown slightly. However, before he could ponder any further, Xiaoyan had already thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron in the next moment. It was only at this moment that Gu Li swiftly reacted. No wonder Xiaoyan would use such a strange move. So this was the reason. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already completely recovered to his peak condition. On the other hand, MOD had already begun his first round of medicinal ingredient refinement. At this moment, Xiaoyan's refining speed was already much slower than before. In order to catch up to MOD's speed, Xiaoyan first used the bone-chilling flame to seal the medicinal ingredients in ice. Then he ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron to create an even more terrifying temperature. Using the extreme temperature difference during this period, Xiaoyan was able to weaken the attributes of the medicinal ingredients in the shortest amount of time, making it easier to refine them. Although this method seemed simple, it required the full cooperation of the two. Extreme heat and extreme cold only existed for a short instant. If the timing was not grasped, the outcome of these medicinal ingredients would be that they would be completely destroyed. In order to achieve this, not only did one need extremely powerful spiritual strength and control, but one also needed sufficient courage. After all, Xiaoyan only had a total of 3 sets of medicinal ingredients in his hands. Most importantly, he had never refined an Emperor-tier medicinal pill before. This kind of bold experiment was not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, it was likely that Xiaoyan was the only one among all the alchemists who could use such a method. The bone-chilling flame was not something that every alchemist possessed. As for the ice attribute, there had never been such an exception among alchemists. As for external help, it was even more impossible. The combination of the two temperatures had to reach a point where the results were completely offset. Otherwise, if there was any deviation, the medicinal ingredients would be destroyed. Hence, this kind of technique could only be used by one person. It was likely that Xiaoyan was the only person on the entire continent who could combine the two. As they glanced at the medicinal ingredients that were rapidly being refined in the cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, Gu Li and the rest could not help but feel astonished by Xiaoyan's method. The young man in front of them seemed to always be able to break the rules that they knew. From their point of view, everything that was impossible seemed to have some leeway. To Xiaoyan, it was as though there was nothing that was absolutely impossible. When MOD saw Xiaoyan's method, his heart could not help but tremble. Xiaoyan's ability was truly frightening. If he could not quickly suppress him, Xiaoyan would catch up to him. Even though he had already reached this stage, MOD knew that he could not be anxious at this moment. After all, refining medicinal ingredients was merely the first step in pill refinement. Whether or not he could merge them into a pill was the most crucial part. Time passed bit by bit. As the two of them continued to slowly refine the medicinal ingredients, a day had already passed. Even so, the medicinal ingredients in their cauldrons were still split open, but there was no sign of their flesh being torn apart. MOD was rather confident about this. His face was relaxed as he slowly refined the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. There was not the slightest trace of anxiousness on his face. On the other side, Xiaoyan also adopted an indifferent attitude. His attention was still focused on the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron, slowly waiting for the moment when they would give up. 1 day, 2 days, time gradually passed. Until a certain moment, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, a yellowed ancient vine in Xiaoyan's cauldron, its surface, which had been as hard as a rock for a long time, finally began to crack a tiny crack. Although this change was insignificant, it was still noticed by Xiaoyan under his close observation. Immediately, Xiaoyan knew that the critical moment of refining the medicinal ingredients was about to arrive. When he looked at MOD again, although he still had an indifferent expression, from the slight frown on his face, one could tell that his heart was not as calm and unperturbed as he appeared on the surface. Xiaoyan smiled. He did not pay too much attention to MOD. His mind controlled the heavenly flame in his cauldron and carefully carried out the subsequent refinement. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the tiny crack lines on the horned dragon-like vine gradually expanded at a rate that was undetectable by the naked eye. One could vaguely see green-green liquid flowing continuously within it. Those were the ultimate goal of Xiao Yan's refinement of this vine. All the medicinal strength of this vine was within those green-green liquid. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the gradually yellowed vine seemed to have come alive as it slowly twisted its body. Its yellowed surface gradually turned into powder under the heavenly flame and scattered within the cauldron. As for those green-green liquid within the vine, it also slowly flowed within it. It looked as though it was about to drip, but it ultimately remained attached to the surface of the vine, waiting for the heavenly flame to refine it a step further. Xiao Yan's heart was extremely calm and natural when he saw this. He knew that the closer it was to such a moment, the more he could not be anxious in his heart. Slow work leads to fine work. These words were most appropriate at this moment. While this side was refining the rattan branch, some of the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were also gradually defeated at this moment. The originally green medicinal ingredients gradually turned yellow under the refinement of the heavenly flame. Soon after, the essence of the various medicinal ingredients gradually appeared. At this moment, Mod also noticed the changes within Xiao Yan's cauldron. Immediately, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Under the current circumstances, any slight change in the pace of the refinement process would affect the direction of the needle for the final victory. If one was not careful, one would miss a good opportunity. However, when he saw that Xiao Yan had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients, while he was still bitterly waiting here, Mod could not help but feel anxious in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but envy the benefits of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. The frightening power of the heavenly flame allowed Xiao Yan to refine such high-grade medicinal ingredients at an even faster pace. A heavenly flame was really something that people envied. At this moment, Gu Li was watching the situation in the arena from the judges' seats. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. In this kind of competition between high-tier alchemists, regardless of which aspect was superior, it would change the final outcome. The current situation was naturally the outcome that Gu Li was most willing to see. However, at this moment, while Xiao Yan was slowly refining the medicinal ingredients, the situation within Mod's cauldron suddenly changed. This caused the gazes of everyone present to involuntarily look over. They saw Mod, who was refining the medicinal ingredients, directly stand up. His palm violently smashed against the bottom of the cauldron in front of him. After which, he suddenly exerted his strength and forcefully lifted the cauldron. This also immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Humph humph. Yan Xiao, you have your Zhongliang plan, and I have my ladder. This old man does not have your heavenly flame, but I wonder if you can do this old man's move. With a stern cry, Mod's hand, which was holding the cauldron, suddenly shook. This caused the cauldron to pause in midair. Immediately, just as the cauldron was about to fall, Missouri D's body suddenly circled around on the spot. After which, he heavily kicked the bottom of the cauldron. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound. The cauldron in front of Mod suddenly flew into the air. Immediately, he swung his large hand violently. A long flame whip was instantly formed and violently smashed towards the cauldron. Chapter 210. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Mod waved his hand and a long pitch-black flame whip immediately formed. With a thought, he viciously swung it at the medicinal cauldron hovering in the sky. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The pitch-black flame completely covered the medicinal cauldron the instant it made contact with it, refining both the inner and outer layers at the same time. On the stone platform, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw Mod's move. From the moment Mod made his move, he could clearly sense that Mod's spiritual strength had suddenly increased by a large margin. It was also because of this that Mod had the guts to make such a bold move. Although the strength was disappearing as Mod wantonly displayed it, Xiao Yan increasingly felt that something was amiss. Could it be that this fellow was hiding his strength? However, from the rapidly dissipating spiritual strength, it did not seem like Mod was hiding his strength. Instead, it seemed to be some kind of temporary strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's frown deepened. Could it be that there was some kind of secret technique in the Yuanwu continent that could temporarily increase one's spiritual strength? Compared to Xiao Yan's doubts, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated in the judges' seats, were currently staring at MOD with gloomy expressions. The two of them could not wait to strike and kill him. Blood spirit pill. That bastard. At this very moment, even Elder Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, could not help but curse out loud. It was obvious that he hated MOD's actions to the core. The young man beside him merely sneered. He used the jade fan in his hand to press down on Elder Xian, who was itching to immediately stand up and attack. His indifferent voice rang out once again. There is no need to be anxious. After seeing such a method, there should be someone even more anxious than us. There will naturally be someone who will deal with this foolish old man. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian angrily snorted and once again sat down. His sinister gaze could not be bothered to look at MOD. Instead, it turned toward Xiao Yan. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin were exactly as the young man had said. While Elder Xian was anxious, their hearts were filled with anger. The method that MOD was currently using was strictly forbidden by the Pill Tower. With the aid of the medicinal pill's power, one's soul strength could be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Although doing this might be able to play a role in turning the tide at the critical moment of refining the medicinal pill, the refining method of this medicinal pill was something that all alchemists would abandon. That was to transform living beings into pills. If one were to use Xiao Yan's method of refining a person's soul, it could be considered as a direct obliteration. This method was still barely acceptable. However, if one were to use the method that MOD was using, it was an even more cruel method. Transforming life into a pill required one to use a complete human's flesh and blood as an embryonic pill. One's soul was used as a catalyst to refine the body and condense it into a medicinal pill. After which, one's soul would be sealed within. This method would cause one's soul to gradually die in an extremely slow process. The pain involved would be even more unimaginable. Some of these medicinal pills might not necessarily be consumed by others until the moment the soul within them was tempered to the point it completely dissipated. Thus, the degree of cruelty of these medicinal pills simply made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, not only was the refinement method of this kind of medicinal pill extremely cruel, it would also not bring any benefits to the person who consumed it. On the contrary, it would plant a trace of resentment in the depths of the person's soul. On the continent, there was no lack of people who had gone crazy after consuming too many of these medicinal pills. The fates of these people were usually not good. It was also because of this that the Pill Tower had strictly forbidden such medicinal pills. If anyone was discovered to be refining one, the Pill Tower's experts would immediately be dispatched to forcefully kill them. The blood spirit pill was one of the names for the transforming life pill. It referred to the fact that this medicinal pill specialized in increasing one's spiritual strength. The other name was the blood spirit pill. It specialized in increasing one's Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Although the names were different, their methods were similarly extremely cruel. At this very moment, the powerful aura from MOD's body swiftly faded. The Gu Li duo could only watch as MOD swallowed the medicinal pill, but there was nothing they could do. After all, MOD's aura had already completely disappeared. Even if the two of them attacked, they would not be able to take MOD down. There were not many people present who recognized an extremely cruel item like the blood spirit pill. If they attacked, the other party would definitely retaliate. Thus, at that moment, Gu Li and Gu Li could only watch as MOD continued in this manner. The corners of MOD's mouth curled into an icy smile when he saw the gloomy yet helpless expressions of the Gu Li duo. With a wave of his hand, the surging black flames swiftly scattered. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were similar to the ones in Xiao Yan's cauldron. It was time to refine them. Xiao Yan paid no attention to this. He did not know what had happened to MOD, but he knew that it was time to refine the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. As MOD returned the cauldron to its original position, the lively atmosphere returned to normal. However, the scene in the duo's cauldrons was completely different. Various medicinal ingredients were gradually being refined under the intense fire. The useless parts had already been removed from the outermost layer, turning into powder that scattered at the bottom of the cauldron. As these medicinal ingredients were slowly refined, some medicinal essence in the form of powder, liquid droplets, or viscous substances were gradually extracted from these medicinal ingredients. Medicinal herbs that were originally the size of a palm or as thick as an arm, after being refined and refined, the remaining essence was not even 1/10 of the initial essence. This also reflected the preciousness of these medicinal ingredients. Another day passed unknowingly. Although the most difficult period of refining had passed, in order to refine medicinal essence that was sufficiently pure, the portions that had been extracted still had to be refined a second time by the flames. This process was like a sieve that continuously filtered out the impurities in the medicinal ingredients. Only in this way could an alchemist ensure that the medicinal pills refined in the end were of good quality. This was a proof of an alchemist's ability. Although the continuous refining for a few days was extremely boring, the audience did not disperse. Instead, most of them stayed behind to observe. Although these audience members were not alchemists, they were still able to learn something from it. After all, regardless of whether they could understand the pill refinement skills of Xiaoyan and Mod, both of them were genuine Bandi experts. Even a small trick of theirs was an unimaginable existence in the eyes of these Do Zun and Do Sheng. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the Xiaoyan duo had begun refining pills. During this period of time, Xiaoyan and Mod opposite him had been paying full attention to the changes in the cauldron until these medicinal ingredients were refined to a sufficiently pure state. After a week, the 100 medicinal ingredients in Xiaoyan's cauldron had already disappeared. At this moment, all that could be seen were some colorful liquids or powders. Xiaoyan's tensed heart finally relaxed when he saw the final drop of dragon saliva in the cauldron being refined. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan waved his hand the moment the last drop of dragon saliva was completely refined. The lid of the 1,000-beast cauldron emitted a bang sound as it opened. Numerous rays of light that were wrapped by heavenly flames immediately flew out. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, they were placed into many jade bottles. "Ooh," Xiaoyan gently exhaled. He glanced at Mod, who was preparing to refine medicinal ingredients from the cauldron. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. "Next, it is time to fuse the pills and refine the medicine," Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. He ceased hesitating and widened his mouth. A large cluster of heavenly flames immediately spat out. They instantly surged into the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. The fierce heavenly flames once again burned. Chapter 211. Within the scarlet 1,000-beast cauldron, the raging heavenly flame rose once again. The terrifying temperature caused the space around Xiaoyan to violently distort even though they were separated by the cauldron. As he felt the temperature within the cauldron, a grave expression gradually surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. The next step of fusing the pills would not be as easy as the previous steps. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan slowly suppressed the anxiety in his heart. After all, this was the first time he was refining an emperor-grade elixir. Xiaoyan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. After calming himself down, Xiaoyan carefully recalled the refining process in his mind. He tried his best to gain sufficient confidence before he actually started. Over 400 refining ingredients flashed across Xiaoyan's mind one by one. Xiaoyan followed the order in the pill formula and categorized the ingredients one by one. He carefully observed every detail of the refining process, including the changes in the flame during the refining process, the control of the temperature, the speed at which the ingredients were fused, the time for fusing, the medicinal properties of the elixir, and so on. After Xiaoyan went through all these contents in his mind a couple of times and confirmed that he could accurately control them, he suddenly acted. His palm slammed on the medicinal cauldron. Following a bang sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron opened. Immediately after, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve and the heavenly flames suddenly swept out. It wrapped around the medicinal ingredients in the jade bottles and turned them into gorgeous balls of light that floated in front of Xiaoyan. Using his powerful spiritual strength to control the temperature within the cauldron, Xiao Yan moved his finger and a ball of light quickly flew over and stopped in front of Xiao Yan. Jade Poria ointment and then, dragon saliva, come. As he muttered, another ball of light flew over. Xiao Yan smiled and gently waved his hand. 2 balls of light were instantly thrown into the cauldron by Xiao Yan. The refining of the Emperor Trial Elixir required the mixing of various medicinal ingredients. 2 or more medicinal ingredients were needed to prevent some of the medicinal ingredients from exploding due to the conflicting medicinal properties. This was not difficult for Xiao Yan. As long as he could accurately control the medicinal properties of these medicinal ingredients and ensure that they did not clash and the medicinal properties were not overly depleted, he could basically guarantee that there would not be any problems in the later stages of the refining process. As Xiao Yan's finger continued to move, streaks of light flew into the cauldron in an orderly manner as if they were performing acrobatics. Xiao Yan thought. At the judges' seats, Gu Li watched Xiao Yan's refining process go so smoothly. However, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. At this moment, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would immediately become useless if there was even the slightest mistake. On the other side, MOD had also begun to refine the pill. Compared to the Emperor Trial Elixir, the refinement of his pill was much simpler. Therefore, his pill refining speed was much faster than Xiao Yan's. After the various medicinal ingredients in the Thousand Beast Cauldron were fused, they had all turned into balls of various colored viscous liquid. At this moment, these liquids contained waves of terrifying wild energy. If it was not for the fact that the various medicinal ingredients were harmonizing with each other, it was likely that they would have exploded the moment they were fused. After all the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron had been harmonized to an equilibrium point, the next step was to fuse these medicinal ingredients again. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal properties would gradually fuse and turn into an embryonic pill. Finally, when the medicinal properties of the embryonic pill had completely fused into one, the Emperor Trial Elixir would be considered a success. What Xiao Yan had to face next was the most difficult stage in the entire refining process of the Emperor Trial Elixir. This was because whether it was the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients, the stability of the energy after the fusion, or the changes in the heavenly flame, it was very likely that all of these factors would cause the final outcome to fail. Once that happened, Xiao Yan would have to start all over again. Xiao Yan was not anxious. He first put aside the most important part of the entire pill refining process, the viscous ointment. This ointment was the first batch of medicinal ingredients to be fused. It was the product of the fusion of the dragon saliva liquid and the jade poria ointment. These 2 ingredients could be considered as the 2 most important medicinal ingredients in the entire Emperor Tribulation pill. It could be said that if the pill lacked these 2 ingredients, even if the pill could be refined in the end, it would be no different from a useless pill. Xiao Yan's actions were not based on the Emperor Trial Elixir formula. Instead, he made this choice based on his many years of experience in refining pills. Xiao Yan's actions also caused some of the slightly knowledgeable half-emperors in the viewing platform to feel puzzled. Xiao Yan's actions were completely illogical. Could it be that Yan Xiao knew that he would not be able to successfully refine the Emperor Trial Elixir, so he wanted to refine a useless pill in order to fight for the champion's position? Although Xiao Yan and MOD were both rank 2 alchemists, an Emperor-grade elixir was not as easy to refine as an ordinary elixir. Hence, even with their extraordinary skills, they did not have much confidence that they would be able to refine an Emperor-grade elixir. Hence, the thoughts in everyone's hearts were not without reason. After all, as long as MOD was unable to produce an Emperor-grade elixir, even if the pill in Xiao Yan's hand was a useless pill, it was still better than nothing. Compared to the guesses in the hearts of the half-emperors, Gu Li and Qi Lin had a deeper understanding of the situation. Based on their many years of experience, the 2 of them could roughly guess what Xiao Yan was thinking. The fusion of these 2 key medicinal ingredients could not play a role in the overall situation. Instead, it required other medicinal ingredients to fuse and balance its power. Xiao Yan's method could be considered as an opportunistic one. He avoided the more complicated process and first fused the medicinal ingredients that had gentler medicinal properties and were easier to fuse. He left the ointment for last. Although this would result in the loss of a portion of the medicinal properties in the end, causing the quality of the elixir to not be the same as before, it was the safest method. The fusion process was not simple. Xiaoyan needed to constantly control the fusion process between the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron. His control of the fire was also at an extreme level. If he was careless, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would instantly be annihilated. Xiaoyan could only slowly fuse the two medicinal ingredients together at a speed that was nearly undetectable by the naked eye. No matter what, the two types of energy had to be at the same equilibrium every second. There could not be the slightest change. Time slowly flowed by. Xiaoyan's forehead was already filled with densely packed perspiration. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still did not move. At this moment, he needed to place all of his attention on the medicinal pill that was slowly merging in front of him. Everything in the outside world had been cut off by him. Clang! As the two types of energy gradually converged under Xiaoyan's control, a purple energy ripple spread from the cauldron with a bang. This was not the result of a failed fusion. Instead, it was because the energy within the two medicinal ingredients was too powerful. Xiaoyan was unable to suppress the two similarly wild and violent energies in time during the fusion, resulting in this result. Although it was not considered a big deal, just this alone was enough to cause Xiaoyan to nearly make a mistake. As his finger trembled slightly, another terrifying energy ripple swept out from within the medicinal cauldron. It violently smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The enormous cauldron also involuntarily trembled slightly. Clang! Another wave of wild and violent energy swept out. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily became increasingly ugly. Following the collision of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron also suddenly became somewhat uncontrollable. The wild and violent energy that had been suppressed with great difficulty actually showed signs of recovery. Before Xiaoyan could act to suppress it, another cluster of purple-brown medicinal paste appeared. After a series of intense vibrations, a wave of frightening energy ripple suddenly swept out. Clang! Clang! Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Following the riot of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron, which had been merged with great difficulty, also suddenly rebelled at this moment. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples continuously smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The sound that was emitted was just like the sound of a bell being rapidly struck. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoyan also understood that this set of medicinal ingredients to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill was likely to be knocked off. The only solution left was to refine another set of medicinal ingredients. With a soft sigh, Xiaoyan gently waved his hand. A heavenly flame suddenly rose and instantly incinerated those rebelling medicinal ingredients. Chapter 212. While Xiaoyan was preparing to reopen the cauldron, good news came from MOD's side. Of course, this good news was only for MOD. To Gu Li and the others, it was akin to a vicious slap. Their old faces were burning with pain. MOD was seated in front of the medicinal cauldron on the stone platform. His shriveled hand was pressed tightly against the medicinal cauldron in front of him. His spiritual strength was frantically pouring into the medicinal cauldron in front of him like raging waves. Under the continuous refinement of the black flames, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron had all turned into balls of viscous liquid. At this moment, these balls of liquid, which were filled with wild and violent energy, were slowly fusing together under MOD's full control. This was the first step of pill fusion. It was also an extremely crucial step. Within the medicinal cauldron, the two balls of viscous liquid changed shape under the control of MOD's spiritual strength. Finally, they formed two all-like objects. The pitch-black flames formed a barrier between the two, while the two alls slowly connected at the two ends of the barrier. During this process, MOD poured all of his spiritual strength into the first step of the fusion. No mistakes could be allowed during this first step of fusion. He needed to maintain an all-out state at all times. Buzz, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the tips of the two awls gently touched the pitch-black flames. The scorching heat of the flames caused the energy within the two medicinal ointments to tremble. Fortunately, nothing like Xiaoyan's accident happened. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Li could not help but frown. In his heart, he was furious that nothing had happened to Mod. He exchanged a look with Qi Lin, who was beside him. Subsequently, he no longer had the mood to look at Mod. In the blink of an eye, his gaze once again turned towards Xiaoyan's side. At this moment, Xiaoyan was not discouraged by his previous mistake. After all, it was his first attempt. It was merely a failure. As long as he maintained his confidence, it was not impossible for him to succeed. Although it was not easy to refine an emperor-grade medicinal pill, as long as he gradually familiarized himself with the refinement method and controlled the energy that erupted from the medicinal ingredients, it would not be too difficult to refine one. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his hand. With a poof, a golden light as bright as the sun suddenly appeared above the void square. This time, Xiaoyan did not choose to use the fused heavenly flame. Instead, he chose to use the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, which was known for its terrifying temperature. Its temperature was enough to cut the initial refining time of the medicinal ingredients in half. Of course, Xiaoyan's extreme output of dou qi was also necessary. The instant the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame appeared, the temperature of the entire void square abruptly rose. Everyone's expressions involuntarily changed at this moment. Even those 6- and 7-star half-emperors involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. Those people whose strength had yet to reach the Bandi level were perspiring profusely at this moment. Their faces were flushed red and the dou qi within their bodies swiftly began to evaporate like boiling water. It must be said that the terror of a heavenly flame was really unimaginable. This was merely a seed flame. If the true Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame was present, just how frightening would it be? This is the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. At this moment, even Gu Li and Elder Xian in the judges' seats had shocked expressions on their faces. Ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. Just this ranking alone was already something that they had difficulty imagining. However, the thing that caused them to be even more surprised was that such a frightening heavenly flame was actually in Xiaoyan's hands. Of course, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell that this was only a seed flame. However, it was precisely because of this that their hearts felt even more shocked. On the viewing gallery, the young man holding the jade fan in his hand and the stunned Elder Xian by the side also threw their gazes of disbelief towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, even with their experience, it was difficult for them to imagine that Xiaoyan actually possessed such a frightening heavenly flame. Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame. TSK, Yan Xiao, you are really not an ordinary person. However, this has also aroused my curiosity. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he sensed the situation in the arena. He waved his large hand and threw the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame into the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. At the same time, the hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Following the swift exhaustion of the dou qi within Xiaoyan's body, a frightening temperature immediately rose within the medicinal cauldron. This time around, under the frightening refinement of Xiaoyan's Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame and the extreme exhaustion of his dou qi, the refinement process within the medicinal cauldron was clearly much faster than the previous time. In merely half a day, the medicinal ingredients within had become a withered yellow. It was likely that these medicinal ingredients would be able to be refined soon. At this moment, Mod's medicinal cauldron was already halfway through the pill fusion process. However, at this moment, Mod's spiritual strength had gradually begun to weaken. The large exhaustion over a long period of time, in addition to the effects of the blood-soul pill on his spiritual essence, caused the expression on Mod's face to become increasingly solemn. However, the pill fusion process had already reached the final stage. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, he would be able to slowly progress in the future. However, in order to compete with Xiao Yan, he had been rapidly exhausting his spiritual strength during these few days in order to ensure that his medicinal pill would not fail. Hence, the current MOD's spiritual strength was even weaker than before. Bastard! Why does it have to be at this moment? As the medicinal pills within the medicinal cauldron gradually merged, the embryonic pill was already within reach. As long as MOD was able to endure this stage, he was confident that he would be able to win the championship. Although he was determined in his heart, the gradual exhaustion of the spiritual strength within his body told MOD that if he continued to endure at such a high rate of exhaustion, it was likely that he would have no fate with the pill even if he was able to see the embryonic pill. MOD's bright red eyes swept over the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. When he saw the fiercely burning heavenly flame within it, MOD's heart became extremely furious. In the next moment, MOD's spiritual strength suddenly soared once again as his throat rolled. Powerful spiritual strength transformed into a spiritual storm around MOD's body that violently smashed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, the powerful spiritual strength also controlled the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of him. The D-tier embryonic pill was about to be born. In the judges' seats, Gu Li sensed the aura from MOD's body. His expression once again became gloomy. This MOD was really daring. Once was enough for him to use such a despicable move. However, he never expected that this fellow would actually swallow the blood-soul pill again. Such actions really caused one to be unable to help but be furious. MOD, you have openly swallowed the blood-soul pill in front of everyone. You have violated the rules of the pill tower. Today, the old me will represent the pill tower to execute the order to kill you. Gu Li was ultimately unable to suppress the fury in his chest after this stern cry. He stood up and stared at MOD with ice-cold eyes. His mouth also cried out furiously. His body moved and he attempted to capture MOD. Ha ha ha! MOD laughed out loud when he heard this. He suddenly waved his large sleeve and a majestic spiritual strength spread. His mouth similarly opened and cried out in a cold voice. Chairman Gu Li, no matter how much you hate the old me to the core, there is no need to use such a method to frame the old me. Why would the old me use such an evil thing like the blood-soul pill? Don't forget that the old me is also a subordinate of the pill tower. Why would the old me violate the rules of the pill tower? You are only doing this for the sake of this chief alchemist of yours, Yan Xiao. This stern cry caused Gu Li's fury to soar to the sky. This MOD had actually distorted the truth in front of everyone. He really deserved to be punished. However, just as Gu Li was about to attack, Old Demon whose figure once again stood in the air and blocked Gu Li's path. Haha, Chairman Gu Li, MOD is right. After all, he is also a subordinate of the pill tower like you. Why would he do such a disgraceful thing? The pill tower is the #1 faction on the continent. Its rules are not something that we dare to touch. Hence, Chairman Gu Li should not unreasonably slander others. This scene in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. This was especially the case when they heard about the blood-soul pill. A shocked expression immediately flashed across their faces. That kind of thing was something that even ordinary people like them would be terrified of. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts when they heard the words of MOD and Old Demon who, these people still helplessly frowned. After all, even if what Gu Li said was the truth, they did not have any evidence. Their strength was also inferior to the other party. How would they be able to capture MOD? At this moment, Gu Li's face was trembling from anger. His heart also understood the current situation. Although he was incomparably furious, there was nothing he could do because of Old Demon who in front of him. All he could do was viciously reprimand. Old Demon who, you have repeatedly obstructed the matters of my alchemist association. Don't tell me that you want to openly become enemies with my alchemist association. Old Demon who merely smiled faintly in response to this. He gently shook his head and raised his eyes to smile as he looked at Gu Li. His shriveled finger pointed at Gu Li as he coldly laughed. The old me does not want to become enemies with the Alchemist Association. However, the old me has no choice but to interfere with you. The one whom the old me is obstructing today is not the Alchemist Association. Instead, it is you, Ghoulie. You. If you are unconvinced, you can come and fight. The old me will definitely accompany you to the end. Ghoulie's words had just sounded when Old Demon, whose powerful voice, which was not at a disadvantage, was once again transmitted over. This caused Ghoulie's entire body to tremble. Did this old fellow really think that he, Ghoulie, was afraid of him? However, just as Old Demon, who was staring at Ghoulie with a cold smile, Qilin, who was beside Ghoulie, hurriedly pulled him back. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Ghoulie. Association head, don't forget that the most important thing now is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Don't fall for this old fellow's trick and lose the bigger picture for a small gain. Qilin's words woke Ghoulie up from his daze. Ghoulie also swiftly recovered. His gaze hurriedly looked toward Xiaoyan's side and involuntarily frowned. Xiaoyan's side was not as calm as he had imagined. Chapter 213. On the other side, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned icy cold in the face of MOD's spiritual attack. This MOD was really unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Blood Soul Pilha. Humph, your training does not follow the proper path. Since you have made the first move, you can't blame anyone else. Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. He used all his strength to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron while he extended a hand on the other. The Do Qi within the vortex within his body suddenly surged out and swiftly gathered on his palm, wrapping his entire hand within it. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and he suddenly let out an explosive cry. At the same time, his hand also violently smashed towards the spiritual storm that was heading towards him. God's Seal Skill, Open Mountain Seal. Sea Flipping Seal. Land Overturning Seal. Sky Burying Seal. 5 seals combined. Ancient God's Seal. The color of the sky changed when the palm was thrown forward. An explosive cry caused everyone present to be shaken at this moment. In the next moment, a resplendent golden ancient seal that was filled with an unparalleled pressure violently smashed onto the invisible spiritual storm after the cry sounded. Bang! A frightening explosion that shook one's eardrums was suddenly emitted from the empty space. That incomparably powerful spiritual storm was actually forcefully blocked by that palm. After which, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the spiritual storm in front of the stunned eyes of tens of thousands of people. Bang! In the next instant, the giant golden palm, which was like a scorching sun, instantly crushed the spiritual storm in an extremely brutal manner. It was as if the spiritual storm was easily destroyed. Before MOD could react, the ancient God's seal had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosive sounds rang out. The entire space was suddenly enveloped by a wave of grayish-black smoke. The smoke was filled with a faint pill fragrance. However, most of it was the smell of smoke and fire after the medicinal ingredients were burned. In an instant, everyone understood the reason for these 2 explosions. The first explosion was caused by the ancient God Seal striking MOD's medicinal cauldron. The God Seal skill was originally an Earth-class Do technique. However, once mastered, it was comparable to a Tian-class Do technique. Now that it was used by Xiaoyan, it was not inferior to some Tian-class high-level Do techniques. Under his full strength, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron would naturally have difficulty escaping. Hence, the second explosion was caused by MOD's arrogance. He thought that he would be able to easily deal with Xiaoyan with the help of his spiritual strength. However, he forgot that Xiaoyan's strength far surpassed him. To defeat Xiaoyan's ancient God Seal. As the smoke dispersed, everyone looked over and could not help but laugh out loud. They pointed at MOD, who was in a sorry state like a beggar. Every one of them had a mocking expression on their faces. Only Old Monster, who revealed a trace of resentment in his eyes when he looked over. What a trash! At this moment, MOD's alchemist robe, which he usually wore, had been completely torn into pieces. His entire body was charred black, and his originally skinny old face was so black that it looked like he had crawled into a hole in a brick bed. Most of his grayish-white hair had also been blown away by the 2 explosions. Now, MOD was completely bald. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that he was bald. From the looks of it, MOD had also endured quite a lot of the might of the ancient god seal. Otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. After the cauldron explosion, MOD's heart was currently extremely furious. Originally, he had wanted to use his spiritual strength to destroy the medicinal ingredients within Xiaoyan's cauldron and prevent him from refining the Emperor Tribulation pill. Now, it was his own D-tier embryonic pill that had been destroyed. How could he not be furious? Bastard! Xianxia, you actually dare to publicly destroy the D-tier embryonic pill within my medicinal cauldron. You are violating the rules of alchemy. Xiaoyan coldly faced MOD's furious rebuke. His gaze swept across the entire place before landing on MOD. He opened his mouth and sneered. What's wrong, Great Master MOD? Have you forgotten that you were the one who attacked first? You were the one who violated the rules first. I merely blocked your attack. Who would have thought that your strength was so weak that you couldn't even block one of my attacks? As for the explosion of your medicinal pill furnace, you reap what you sow. I didn't expect that you couldn't even block one of my attacks. I think your strength of a 3-star half-step martial emperor must have been accumulated with medicinal pills. Shut. You are twisting words and forcing logic. MOD was powerless to retaliate against Xiaoyan's words. He could only brace himself and continue to curse. After his words sounded, Gu Li let out a cold snort and sneered. Pumph. MOD, you say that Xianxia is twisting words and forcing logic. Do you think that the tens of thousands of spectators are blind? In my opinion, you are the one who is twisting words and forcing logic. Earlier, everyone saw with their own eyes that you attacked first. I can use my position as the chairman to strip you of your qualifications to participate in the competition. Gu Li, in my opinion, let's just forget about it. After all, Xianxia has also attacked. Moreover, MOD's embryonic pill has been destroyed while Xiao's medicinal cauldron has all the medicinal ingredients. Let's just treat this as an accident and let the two of them continue to refine pills. Moreover, Old Demon who also frowned slightly as he looked at Gu Li. Clearly, he was also a little worried after hearing Gu Li's words. This time around, MOD was really seeking his own death. If he was not present, it was likely that Gu Li would have already attacked. However, before Old Monster who could finish speaking, Gu Li directly waved his big sleeve and interrupted him. He also coldly cried out and said, Old Monster who, don't be so arrogant. Old Monster who, I have always tolerated you because you are an 8-star half-emperor. However, you are taking advantage of my face. Since you insist on becoming enemies with my alchemist association, I will accompany you. After his words sounded, Gu Li and Qi Lin's bodies suddenly moved and blocked in front of Old Monster Who. At the same time, Gu Li once again coldly cried out. You want to protect MOD? Let's see how you are going to protect him. Qi Lin, I will stop him. You go and capture that traitor. With a stern cry, Gu Li was the first to ruthlessly attack Old Monster Who with his palm. Although Old Monster Who had already reached the advanced 8-star half-emperor realm, he was unable to free himself from Gu Li's all-out suppression. Otherwise, if he was injured by Gu Li, even he would be severely injured. Therefore, although Old Monster Who wanted to, he could only watch as Qi Lin went forward to capture MOD. Bastard! MOD, that old fellow, you can only rely on yourself. MOD looked at Qi Lin who was flying towards him with a solemn expression on his dark face. Suddenly, MOD sneered and glanced at Old Monster Who was being held back by Gu Li. He snorted and said in a low voice, Don't worry, Old Monster Who is being held back by Gu Li. Good, I am really good at dealing with you alone. At the same time, Qi Lin had already arrived in front of MOD. When he saw that MOD was not afraid at all and had no intention of retreating, Qi Lin could not help but feel puzzled. MOD, surrender now. Since he was already in front of MOD, Qi Lin could not care about anything else. He stretched out his large hand and was about to grab MOD. However, at this moment, the calm space in front of MOD suddenly distorted. Subsequently, a shriveled white hand collided with Qi Lin's hand. Qi Lin's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw the shriveled white hand. He was extremely shocked by the appearance of this person. He did not expect MOD to be able to invite him over. Yan Bing. Chapter 214. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wei Ran, who was wearing an icy blue robe, stood proudly in front of MOD without moving. As for Qi Lin, who was in front of him, after a slight tremble, he involuntarily took half a step back. This clearly showed the difference in strength between the two of them. After coming back to his senses, Qi Lin looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with an astonished expression. He truly did not expect MOD to be able to invite him to be his protector. Exactly what benefits did MOD give them? Elder Yan Bing, I truly did not expect a Grand Elder of the Sea Cloud Palace to be the protector of such a despicable person like MOD. Don't you feel that you've lost face? Qi Lin's words did not cause the slightest change in the other party's expression. The figure standing in the air also did not move in the slightest. It was as if Qi Lin's words were not directed at him. Similarly, an icy blue pair of cold eyes slowly swept across the entire place. In the end, the old man called Yan Bing's icy cold gaze landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their gazes met. His icy cold eyes, which did not contain the slightest bit of emotion, were like a cold, sharp sword that directly pierced into Xiao Yan's eyes. It caused Xiao Yan's eyes to involuntarily feel a slight piercing pain. However, immediately after, surging heavenly flames instantly surged forth and burned away that sensation. Seeing this, a hint of astonishment flashed through the old man's eyes. In his heart, he could not help but sigh at how frightening the heavenly flames were. After exchanging a few glances with Xiao Yan, the old man finally shifted his gaze away. As for Xiao Yan, his expression was grave. This old man's strength had already reached the peak of the late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. Compared to old Freak Hu, he could be said to be more than just a little bit stronger. However, what made Xiao Yan feel strange was that he actually saw an extremely clear killing intent from the old man's eyes. However, logically speaking, Xiao Yan and the old man had never met before. They did not even know each other. How could he see the killing intent at first glance? Even if MOD was up to no good, it shouldn't be to this extent. After all, before the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, he was still too insignificant. This point could be roughly guessed from old Freak Hu's gaze when he looked at Xiao Yan. Turning his gaze, Yan Bing glanced at old Freak Hu, who was narrowing his eyes and looked at him. Then his gaze landed on Gu Li. He did not expect Yan Bing, Elder Yan Bing Elder. Gu Li frowned slightly. His gaze also swept past old Freak Hu's face. He discovered the astonishment in the latter's eyes. It seemed that old Freak Hu did not know anything about Yan Bing's appearance. When Yan Bing's name gradually spread throughout the arena, everyone's gazes immediately shifted over. When they looked at Yan Bing, all of their gazes were filled with solemnity. Even those half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also looked at the young man beside him when he heard Yan Bing's name. Even they were unable to understand why Yan Bing would help MOD. Elder Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yan Bing. The latter also sensed his gaze and turned his gaze over. After exchanging glances with Elder Xian, he only frowned slightly. Then, he turned his gaze back and did not say anything. Strange. Isn't Yan Bing usually uninterested in anything? He is extremely loyal to Sea Cloud Palace. Other than matters involving Sea Cloud Palace, he will never touch anything else. Today, he has actually intervened on MOD's behalf. This is really puzzling. Elder Xian muttered softly. He involuntarily stroked his beard as he looked at Yan Bing with a face filled with doubt. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the young man beside him. He wanted to see what the latter's opinion was. Elder Xian, did you notice earlier? This fellow seems to be quite hostile towards Yan Xiao. The young man gently knit his brows and softly spoke when he sensed the gaze that old Xian had thrown over. Old Xian's brows twitched when he heard these words. Yan Bing had just arrived at the ancient city. Moreover, this was the first time she had met Xiao Yan. Why would she feel enmity toward him? Perhaps this is the reason why he wants to help Mod. At this point, Elder Xian did not know what else to say. He could only wait and see. As long as the young man beside him did not speak, he could not be bothered to care so much. At this moment, the young man beside him opened his mouth once again. Also, did you clearly hear the words that Yan Xiao shouted earlier? Hiss, you are saying, open mountain seal, sea flipping seal, land overturning seal, sky burying seal and ancient god seal. This should be the god seal technique. When these words were spoken, even Elder Xian's expression could not help but change slightly. His throat also squirmed slightly. The god seal technique seems to belong to that clan. Don't tell me that Yan Xiao. Before his voice sounded, the young man gently waved his hand and interrupted Elder Xian's words. He gently opened the jade fan in his hand and then closed it. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan below and softly said, "Don't be too quick to judge. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. It's not as if there are no people in this world who can obtain the Emperor's seal art. Perhaps he only obtained it by luck." Elder Xian gently nodded his head when he heard this. His pair of old eyes stared deeply at Xiao Yan below. A moment later he slowly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, 4 figures were looking at each other in the empty space below. After Qi Lin frowned and glanced at Yan Bing, his body flashed and returned to Gu Li's side. Old Demon who, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before he coldly snorted in his heart. His body moved and similarly blocked in front of Mod. It was a long while later before Yan Bing slowly lifted his gaze. A pair of indifferent eyes stared at Gu Li opposite him. It was as if he wanted to lock the other party in the empty space. An incomparably indifferent voice was also slowly emitted from his mouth. "Gu Li, it is not up to you to tell me what to do. There is no relationship between our 2 factions. If you want to attack, I do not mind killing." The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. However, it caused Gu Li's and Qi Lin's faces to become grave. This Yan Bing was a renowned half-emperor expert. Even if the 2 of them attacked together, they did not have the confidence to defeat him. Moreover, there was also old Demon who was eyeing them covetously. The 2 of them did not have the slightest confidence. Based on the current situation, they could only discuss how to deal with him after the grand meeting was over. Gu Li's shriveled hands unwillingly clenched together. A frightening huge force emitted waves of creaking sounds. His face was filled with hatred as he stared at the 2 people opposite him. However, in the end, he could only helplessly withdraw his hands. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to the judges' seats. Yan Bing and Old Demon, who also waited for Gu Li to return to his seat before their bodies slowly disappeared into the empty space. Mod also rallied himself. After swallowing a couple of medicinal pills to recover Doqi, he prepared to once again open his cauldron to refine medicine. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan had already borrowed the advantage of the heavenly flame and was about to complete the first stage of the refinement. At this moment, Mod could only go all out and try his best to catch up to Xiao Yan's progress as quickly as possible. Chapter 215. After the previous interlude, the square in the sky gradually became lively. The main characters seemed to have suddenly changed. The majority of the people's attention had already left the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiao Yan and Mod, and were discussing the confrontation between the 4 8-star half-martial emperors. TSK 4 8-star half-martial emperors. Such a powerful lineup actually existed in the ancient savage city at the same time. Truly frightening. Sigh, what a pity. I didn't get to see the appearance of an 8-star half-martial emperor personally taking action. Such might would definitely shock the world. That Yan Bing from earlier should be the Sea Cloud Palace's elder Yan Bing, right? Who else could it be if not him? In the entire southern region, apart from him, who else would dare to use the name Yan Bing? Tiskhi, never would I have imagined that even an expert like that would appear for Mod. Elder Yan Bing had once personally sealed a 9-star half-martial emperor in ice. In an instant, the focus of the crowd was on Elder Yan Bing. This elder from the Sea Cloud Palace was quite famous in the southern region. At this moment, Many people were bragging about Elder Yan Bing's various achievements, as if they were all done by him. On the judge's seat, Gu Li felt a wave of depression in his heart as he listened to the noisy crowd around him. Feeling helpless, he could only focus all of his attention on the 2 medicinal cauldrons in the square. At this moment, Xiao Yan and MOD were both starting from scratch. They threw hundreds of medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldrons before them, and went all out to refine the medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons. In this second refining process, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly much faster than MOD. When Xiao Yan's medicinal ingredients were almost completely refined, MOD's cauldron had only refined less than half of the medicinal ingredients. This caused MOD to feel extremely anxious in his heart. Time slowly flowed by. After another night had passed, nearly a month had passed since the 2 of them had begun refining the pills. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons of the 2 of them had gradually reached the stage where it was time to fuse the pills. The refinement of the Emperor Tribulation pill was ultimately much more difficult. The couple of refinements and mergers during this period of time had nearly caused the medicinal ingredients in Xiao Yan's cauldron to go to waste. For safety's sake, Xiao Yan had also slowed down his refinement and merger speed. At this point, even with Xiao Yan's soul strength, after using it for such a long period of time, Xiao Yan's consumption was enormous. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan had no choice but to slow down. Even Xiao Yan found it difficult to maintain a high level of concentration for a long period of time, not to mention that the most crucial step, core fusion, had yet to begin. He had to make plans for the future. On the other side, MOD had consumed a few blood-soul pills in succession under Gu Li's furious gaze. Finally, it was time for the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron to fuse. MOD had once again encountered the greatest problem. Although his spiritual strength was barely supported by the blood-soul pill, controlling the flame required more than just spiritual strength. The exhaustion of his Do-Chi was also at an extremely frightening level. At this moment, MOD had already clearly sensed that the Do-Chi in the vortex within his body was somewhat unable to endure. MOD forcefully calmed himself as he used all his strength to control the medicinal pill that had already begun to fuse. A determination rose within his heart. No matter what, he must obtain the champion's spot in this competition. MOD did not hesitate. He continued to pour out what little Do-Chi remained in his body, using all his strength to support the fusion of the medicinal pills in the cauldron. Xiao Yan was also preparing to fuse the medicinal paste after separating and fusing them. At this moment, Xiao Yan was much more stable than Xiao Yan. Although his spiritual strength was inferior to MOD's, he had the advantage in the strength of his heavenly flame. Adding the accumulation of Do-Chi, it was sufficient to support Xiao Yan until the end. At the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning. From the looks of the situation, Xiao Yan did indeed have the upper hand. Although the fusion speed was a little slower, he had the advantage in terms of endurance. On the other hand, MOD's eyes were bright red and his face was pale. It looked as though he would fail to fuse the pill due to his insufficient Do-Chi at any moment. However, based on Gu Li and Qi Lin's understanding of MOD, they knew that he would definitely not do such a foolish thing. Instead of watching him fail, it was better to start from the beginning. At the very least, he would still have a chance. At this moment, however, he had completely let go of the Do-Chi in his body. This was clearly not MOD's style. He definitely had other plans. At this moment, the situation in the arena was far from as simple as it appeared. Time slowly passed. Everyone in the arena involuntarily began to whisper to each other when they saw MOD's weak appearance. From the looks of it, MOD was definitely going to lose. From the looks of it, this old man MOD's Do-Chi is running out. The medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron has yet to take shape, and he is already on the verge of collapsing. The strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor is too exaggerated. That's right. Look at Senior Yan Xiao. He is also a 3-star half-martial emperor and has also opened his cauldron for the second time. Until now, Senior Yan Xiao still has an indifferent appearance. However, this old man is already in such a state. Those who do not know would think that he did not eat breakfast before heading out. Ha ha, Emodi's complexion alternated between green and white as he listened to the mocking voices that were transmitted from around him. He clenched his teeth in hatred and tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. He focused all his attention on controlling the medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron. Soon, another Emperor-tier embryonic pill would be born. On Xiao Yan's side, the final fusion process in the Thousand Beast Cauldron was also slowly progressing under Xiao Yan's full strength. Waves of energy gradually merged together under the suppression of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. The absolute suppression of spiritual strength allowed these medicinal ingredients to be completely stabilized at an equilibrium point. The result of this was an extreme consumption of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. A long while later, a faint strange fragrance was suddenly emitted from the empty square. This fragrance caused everyone's mind to be shaken at this moment. Even the auras of some of the cultivators, who were on the verge of a breakthrough, which had not fluctuated, began to throb at this moment. It was as though they were about to make a breakthrough. As for those half-martial emperors in the square, their faces were filled with joy at this moment. Was it not for the sake of personally witnessing this moment? This strange fragrance was the fragrance of a pill. This is a pill fragrance. Emodi's medicinal pill has already turned into an Emperor-tier embryonic pill. It's an Emperor-tier embryonic pill. An Emperor-tier embryonic pill has been born. Once the embryonic pill is formed, the pill formation will not be far away. The atmosphere in the square immediately heated up when they heard that the embryonic pill had been born. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it meant that they would be able to personally witness the legendary Emperor-tier medicinal pill. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill. What kind of mysterious existence was that? Today, these ordinary experts would finally have the opportunity to see its true appearance. However, it was also after the Emperor-tier embryonic pill was formed that the do-chi within Emodi's body was completely exhausted. If this continued, it was likely that this Emperor-tier embryonic pill would have difficulty forming. Damn it. It just had to be at such a time, humph. Looks like I can only pay a price first. Yen Xiao, in the future, the old me will definitely find you and make you pay 10,000 times for everything that you have done for me. Emodi violently bit the tip of his tongue after his voice sounded. Immediately, a few drops of bright red essence blood flew out and directly entered the medicinal cauldron in front of Emodi. Chapter 216. With the addition of the few drops of the half-emperor essence blood, the black flame within the medicinal cauldron immediately rose fiercely. Following the extreme exhaustion of Emodi's spiritual strength, the situation within the medicinal cauldron had also completely stabilized. At this moment, Emodi was already extremely weak. His tanned old face was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was no trace of blood on his skin and bones. A pair of crimson old eyes were protruding out of their sockets, causing one to feel incomparably terrified at a glance. Gu Li, who was seated in the judges' seats, had a grave expression as he looked at the two people below. His heart was filled with worry. Qi Lin, who was seated beside Gu Li, was also frowning as he looked at Emodi below. When he sensed that the medicinal energy within the medicinal cauldron was becoming increasingly dense and solid, Qi Lin felt a little uneasy in his heart. After all, before the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron was successfully formed into an embryonic pill, the situation would tip in Emodi's favor. The allure of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill was simply too frightening. Now that Emodi's Emperor-tier pill had been formed, it was only a step away from becoming a true Emperor-tier medicinal pill. As long as Emodi could forcefully endure this obstacle, the Emperor-tier embryonic pill within his medicinal cauldron would definitely become a true Emperor-tier medicinal pill. However, when one looked at Xiao Yan again, even though the situation within the Thousand Beast Cauldron in front of him appeared to be stable, there was still quite a significant danger under this stability. Following this, Xiao Yan needed to completely suppress the energy within the medicinal paste during the pill merging process. After which, he would gradually merge the medicinal paste. This process not only required a strong spiritual strength and abundant do-chi, but it also required an even longer period of time. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this was not just a test or two. It was a medicinal paste that was formed from the merger of hundreds of medicinal ingredients. The process of merging them again would be even more difficult. If he succeeded, the embryonic pill would reappear and it would be difficult to determine the victor. If he failed, the embryonic pill would be destroyed and MOD would emerge victorious, while his alchemist association would have to surrender to someone else. This competition was truly a huge gamble. At this moment, the situation that Xiaoyan was facing was similar to what Gu Li had predicted. The medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was still fusing at an extremely slow speed. During this process, he needed to suppress the various energies within the medicinal pill to a certain equilibrium point. As for how long he had to suppress them, it completely depended on the speed at which the medicinal pill was fusing. It must be said that this process was truly a long one. Activating all the senses within his body to their peak for a long period of time caused Xiao Yan's body's exhaustion to reach an extremely frightening level as he continued refining. In short, Xiao Yan's exhaustion at this moment was even more terrifying than Mo's. At this moment, MOD's on MOD's body, Mo's, MO, and MOD. The young man had also observed the changes within Xiao Yan's body. When he looked at the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's cauldron, he realized that the two were completely disproportionate. For Xiao Yan, who had never refined an Emperor-tier medicinal pill before, in order to successfully condense an Emperor-tier embryonic pill, he had really used all his strength. However, he did not know what the outcome would be. Young master, in your opinion, what do you think will be the outcome of this competition? Elder Xian narrowed his old eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan below. Then, he glanced at the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD before he took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to the young man beside him. Upon hearing this, the young man could not help but frown slightly. To be honest, he was not an alchemist and did not have a deep understanding of alchemy. Hence, he did not understand the current situation. However, from Xiao Yan's current situation, it was still very difficult for him to jump to a conclusion. After a long while, the young man frowned slightly as he violently closed the jade fan in his hand. The white jade fan in his hand emitted a sizzling sound. Subsequently, the young man shook his head gently as he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Sight, this is really hard to say. It's really hard to say. MOD has indeed been famous for a long time and can be considered an old figure. Currently, the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his cauldron will definitely succeed. As for Yan Xiao, although he is a newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, his strength is extremely extraordinary. His spiritual strength is not inferior to MOD's. We really cannot jump to a conclusion when these two people fight. It is unnecessary to say anything until the end." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. He turned his head to look at the young man and said with a smile, "Ha ha! It has been a long time since I have heard young master praise someone of the same generation like this. Given your character, there are not many people of the same generation on this continent who can make you admire them." The young man smiled. His gaze turned towards Xiao Yan below as he laughed again. Sigh. Sometimes, there are some people who you have to give in to. Yan Xiao seems to have quite a number of secrets. Just based on the heavenly flame in his body, how does Elder Xian think he obtained it? That's enough. Let's continue to watch and wait patiently. The mystery will eventually be revealed one day. Perhaps at that time, we will not need to find out and he will personally tell us. The young man did not say anything more after uttering these words. Instead, he continued to look at Xiao Yan below. Old Xian also turned his eyes down after nodding slightly. What the young man had said was right. It was pointless for them to continue speaking until the end. It was better to quietly continue watching. After all, the D-tier embryonic pill had already appeared. Now, they were not far from the end. Imperceptibly, time passed once again amidst the clamor of tens of thousands of people discussing. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the alchemist grand meeting. It had also been a month since Xiao Yan had left the Ginseng spiritual tribe. During this month, the medicinal pills in Xiao Yan's and MOD's cauldrons had simultaneously turned into D-tier embryonic pills. This was very good news for Xiao Yan. After all, as long as there was a first time, there would be a second time. This already indicated that he had the ability to refine D-tier medicinal pills. Back then, he had caused all the top experts on the Doqi continent to go crazy over a single D-tier embryonic pill. Now, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a Ban D expert, was also able to refine D-tier medicinal pills. This was really a change in the situation. The appearance of the 2 D-tier embryonic pills had attracted the attention of everyone present. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring intently at the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiao Yan and MOD. They hoped to be able to personally witness the moment the D-tier medicinal pills were formed. The influence of the D-tier medicinal pills could not be said to be small. When time once again quietly flowed in front of everyone, at a certain moment, a hurricane suddenly blew in this part of the world, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. The color of the sky gradually changed. The atmosphere of the empty square also gradually became crazy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were widened as they stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD. There was a green-red longan-sized medicinal pill within the cauldron. It was rotating within a cluster of dark black flames. At this moment, this D-tier embryonic pill was finally about to turn into a true D-tier medicinal pill. The medicinal strength within it was swiftly agglomerating. The originally uneven surface of the medicinal pill gradually became smooth under the refinement of the flame. Once the medicinal strength completely agglomerated, the D-tier Shumi pill would be formed. However, at this moment, the sky had swiftly turned dark. The crowd in the sky surged and opened up a spacious area in the sky above them. Thunderclouds churned in the sky. The dark black thunderclouds were incomparably deep like the endless empty space. Waves of thunder roars were emitted from within them, causing the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. It was likely that just one strike from this frightening pill lightning would be able to kill an elite Do Sheng. However, at this moment, Di, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, revealed a victorious smile on his pale face when he saw the change in the sky. Pill lightning. Yan Xiao, you will definitely lose. Chapter 217. Rumble. An earth-shaking thunder resounded across the horizon, appearing just like the roar of a lightning beast. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and the rolling thunderclouds seemed to have come alive at this moment. They covered the entire savage ancient city, and a monstrous might caused everyone to feel a shiver that originated from their souls at this moment. Such might was truly the descent of the heavens, as though it wanted to slaughter all living things. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin involuntarily stood up on the empty square. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the scene in the sky. Swoosh! As 2 rushing wind sounds appeared, the gazes of everyone in the square immediately turned over. They saw Yan Bing and Old Demon who standing side by side under the thunderclouds. Both of them raised their heads to look at the thunderclouds that covered the entire savage ancient city. At this very moment, even with their strength, their hearts involuntarily turned grave. The hands under their sleeves were also clenched, while some fear was revealed in their eyes. They could clearly feel an oppressive force coming from the thunderclouds. That force had nothing to do with them and was directed at the Emperor-grade elixir pill in MOD's cauldron. But now, because of MOD, the 2 of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in front of that heavenly might. Among the 2 of them, only Yan Bing still had a calm expression. He had seen many pill lightnings and had also helped others block them. After so many years, even though he still felt some fear in his heart when he saw the pill lightnings again, he was much better off compared to Old Demon who. Pill lightnings. Back then, the one that this old man blocked was even more powerful than this. That rank 2 alchemist had invited a total of 5 half-martial emperors. At that time, this old man was merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. When the pill lightnings scattered, this old man was also seriously injured. However, I wonder just how powerful the pill lightnings will be now that this old man is at the peak of the advanced 8-star half-martial emperor level. Yan Bing's face was icy cold as she stared at the thunderclouds above her head. Under her sleeves, her skinny left hand slowly touched her right hand. The spot where the thumb of her right hand should be was shockingly empty. There was only a lump of dried flesh that looked like a lump of flesh. It was extremely horrifying. This injury was left behind by the pill lightning. Even though Yan Bing had an indifferent character, his heart still trembled slightly when he thought about it. That pain was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Every time he saw the sky filled with dark clouds, he would involuntarily recall that terrifying experience. However, it was also because of this that he hated the heavens even more. If he had sufficient strength, he did not mind fighting the pill lightning. Now that he had met Dan Lei once again, the hatred in his heart had gradually transformed into waves of extremely icy cold intent that surged within his heart, and it was unable to calm down for a long time. Old Demon, whose expression involuntarily changed when he sensed the aura on Yan Bing's body by the side. He frowned slightly and his body shifted to the side without leaving a trace. The Do Chi within the vortex in his body also surged like a spring, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Old brother who, at that time, the old me will first clash with this pill lightning. You just need to wait until the old me calls for you before you can charge forward. The both of us will attack together. Old Demon, whose eyes involuntarily rotated when he heard this. He first nodded gently. After which, both of his eyes slowly narrowed. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. They were both 8-star half-martial emperors, but this Yan Bing relied on her seniority to not treat him as an expert of the same level. However, soon after, Old Demon, whose expression changed once again. He raised his head and laughed softly. His body took a step back to the side as he opened his mouth and laughed. Cuckoo, from the looks of it, Elder Yan Bing wants to experience this pill lightning. Alright, in that case, Elder Yan Bing will go first. The old me will go when you need me. Cuckoo. Upon hearing Old Demon whose words, Yan Bing's face was indifferent as she turned her head and glanced at him. When she saw the warm smile on his face, Yan Bing's face became even colder. However, Yan Bing did not say anything. She merely glanced at him before withdrawing her gaze. Her ice-cold gaze instantly shot toward the thunderclouds above her head. It was also at this moment that a light pillar that reached the sky suddenly shot out from the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD in the open ground below. At the same time, a frightening energy ripple swept apart. A countless number of people were immediately swept down by this energy storm. This caused the originally crowded open ground to become much more spacious in an instant. The light pillar reached the sky and directly entered the thundercloud. In the next moment, the dark black thundercloud suddenly churned. A rumbling thunder resounded across the sky. Soon after, a dark black lightning suddenly charged out from the thundercloud and violently smashed towards the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD below. Cuckoo, if you want to destroy the D-pill, you will have to get past me first. An icy cold and indifferent laughter was slowly emitted from Yan Bing's mouth when the dark black pill lightning descended. Soon after, Yan Bing's body moved and instantly stood under the pill lightning. At the same time, her shriveled hand suddenly struck forward and directly smashed towards the frightening pill lightning that was coming towards her. The pill lightning also appeared to be aware of Yan Bing's intentions. Its dark black body suddenly swelled and its descending speed became even faster. The frightening lightning strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily explode. The icy cold expression within Yan Bing's icy blue eyes became even denser when faced with such a might. The Do Chi within her body wildly surged out and agglomerated on her left hand. A thick layer of ice agglomerated on the surface of her hand. It carried an incomparably frightening might as it smashed towards the pill lightning. Imperial Ice Palm. A low cry sounded. The icy blue palm collided with the dark black pill lightning. Immediately, it appeared as though thunder had suddenly appeared in the sky. An earth-shaking explosion swept over the sky above the entire savage ancient city. Other than those few people, even those elite half-emperors appeared to have been struck by lightning as they fell from the sky. They landed in the city and lifted their heads to look at the scene in the sky. As for Xiao Yan and MOD in the empty square, MOD's D-pill had already been formed. However, he was still maintaining the final pill formation portion. Only by enduring this pill lightning and waiting for the lightning tribulation to scatter would the Sumeru pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD be considered to have been successfully refined. On the other hand, although Xiao Yan had also reached the final stage, the embryonic pill had not been agglomerated. Although there were signs of a pill formation, it was still far away from the pill formation. Xiao Yan could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stabilize his heart as he continued to refine. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it would not be difficult to refine the D pill. Moreover, it was only a matter of time. He had already endured for a month. Xiao Yan did not care about the remaining time. After all, if he could not even wait for this little bit of time, he would not be Xiao Yan. However, the problem that everyone was most concerned about at this moment was that the MOD pill had already been formed. It appeared that the champion of this alchemist grand meeting had already been decided. From the looks of it, regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would definitely lose this alchemist grand meeting. Chapter 218. Boom! While the medicinal pellets were still being refined, the battle in the sky had already begun. Numerous frightening lightning bolts continued to descend from the sky, ruthlessly striking towards Yan Bing. However, every single lightning strike was neutralized by Yan Bing with the most ferocious and overbearing method. Everyone in the ancient city below raised their heads to look at the scene in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the frightening lightning bolts, which were like enormous beasts that could hold up the sky, would be neutralized time and time again by the hands of a human that was several tens of thousands of times smaller than them. An 8-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening, resisting the might of the world with the strength of a single person. Such a vast and mighty might was rarely seen in this world. TSK, is this an 8-star half-martial emperor? She's actually able to neutralize such a frightening pill lightning with a single strike. Truly frightening. Heh, she's not just an 8-star half-martial emperor. Elder Yan Bing is an elder of the Sea Cloud Palace. Her strength has even reached the peak of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. For an expert like her, her cultivation is likely about to reach the level of a true Dodi. Dodi. TSK. Truly amazing. Even in the entire continent, an expert like her would be an absolute expert that could intimidate an entire region. Sigh, I wonder when we'll be able to reach Senior Yan Bing's level of cultivation. Seeing the shocking scene in the sky, waves of sighs were involuntarily emitted from the crowd below. An 8-star half-martial emperor was indeed extremely powerful. She had already surpassed the category of ordinary experts. As for a high-level half-martial emperor like Yan Bing, she was even more incomparable. It was no wonder that these people would sigh in such a manner. However, compared to the situation that the crowd below saw, Yan Bing, who was in the sky, saw two completely different results. In the beginning, Yan Bing's might was indeed tyrannical. It was as if she could break the pill lightning with a single palm strike. Every time she blasted out a palm strike, the incoming pill lightning would explode and scatter no matter how tyrannical or terrifying its power was. It had to be said that her boldness was truly earth-shattering. However, as time gradually elapsed, the thundercloud above Yan Bing's head did not show any signs of dispersing. Instead, the strength within it became increasingly powerful. The strength of each pill lightning attack was multiplied. Although Yan Bing was still able to rely on the strength of her Do technique to break through the enemy, she was ultimately unable to endure after a long time had passed. Boom! After 3 consecutive palm strikes, Yan Bing finally broke the pill lightning that was close to his chest. However, the upper half of his body was already numb at this moment. The lightning energy rapidly flowed through the veins in his body, causing him to be completely helpless. Yan Bing could no longer forcefully suppress the piercing pain that was akin to being stabbed by needles. At this moment, even moving a finger was extremely taxing for Yan Bing. His 2 arms were no longer of any use, as if they did not belong to him. Hiss! An even deeper grave expression had surfaced on Yan Bing's originally indifferent face at this moment. Some ripples also surfaced within her pair of icy blue eyes. The strength of this thunderbolt had already caused her to be unable to remain as calm as she was before. Crackle! The sound of thunder was emitted. Yan Bing twisted his neck and raised his head to take a look. The thundercloud had once again begun to churn. From the looks of it, it appeared as though water had boiled. A crack line was formed within the thundercloud. Immediately, the sky shook. A pill lightning that was even more frightening than the one from earlier suddenly fell and smashed toward Yan Bing below. The corner of Yan Bing's mouth involuntarily twitched for a moment when he saw this scene. He hurriedly controlled his arm, which had nearly lost all feeling. Dou Qi surged wildly in his palm as he did his best to remove the waves of numbness that were being transmitted from his body. At the same time, his hand was suddenly clenched and a fist was thrown toward the thunderbolt that was explosively shooting over. Bang! The thunderbolt had yet to scatter when a loud bang sounded. On the other hand, Yan Bing's body flew back in a miserable manner. He swiftly fell toward the empty square below. Looking at the thunderbolt again, although it had been weakened, its strength was not reduced at all. After pausing for a moment, it once again fell with a bang. It chased closely behind Yan Bing and struck the latter's chest. Even though Yan Bing's character was cold and indifferent, he instantly abandoned his indifferent character for the sake of his own life. He hurriedly turned his head toward Old Demon Hu in the empty space and cried out explosively. "Old Demon Hu! Quickly attack! Help me block this pill lightning!" The corner of Old Demon Hu's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this. He did not attack or say anything. All he did was coldly smile as he looked at Yan Bing. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. He stood in the empty space and did not appear to help. Yan Bing's face immediately paled when he saw that Old Demon Hu had ignored him. He knew in his heart that there was no one who could help him at this moment. He could only rely on himself to block the pill lightning with all his strength. The old me is not someone who is easily frightened. Do you think that the old me is afraid of a pill lightning? Yan Bing cried out explosively in his heart. His face once again recovered that cold and indifferent expression from earlier. His heart also immediately stabilized. A thought passed through his heart and the Dou Qi within his body instantly surged out. It formed a firm cold ice armor on the surface of his body. Yan Bing was still a little worried after doing all this. He simply let all the Dou Qi within his body surge out until the empty space in front of him was completely frozen. Only then was he struck by the thunderbolt. Bang! A loud bang sounded and the sky was instantly covered by a dense fog. The pill lightning was dissolved and the armor scattered. However, Yan Bing continued to fly backward. Immediately, he uncontrollably smashed violently into the stone platform beside MOD. This also frightened MOD until he nearly jumped up. If Yan Bing were to smash his medicinal cauldron, he would really wish that he could strangle Yan Bing to death. Old Demon Hu! Are you courting death? A moment later, Yan Bing finally stood up in a panic. After forcefully expelling the lightning strength within his body, he turned around and coldly scolded Old Demon Hu was still standing in the air. If this was at the beginning, Old Demon Hu would really be a little afraid of Yan Bing. However, now that things had developed to this point, he no longer had any misgivings. This advantage was something that he, Yan Bing, wanted. However, he ended up suffering a loss and did not do anything to Old Demon Hu. However, Old Demon Hu was after all an old demon. It was best that they were clear about these matters in their hearts. It was pointless to say anything more. It was better to say what was on the surface. Cuckoo, earlier, I was only focused on watching old brother Yan Bing develop and did not react to old brother's words. I just thought that old brother was joking. I hope that old brother will not blame me. Next time, I will definitely act in time to retain old brother in this fire and water. Yan Bing narrowed his eyes when he heard Old Demon Hu's tone. He was after all an old person and his thoughts were not any worse than Old Demon Hu. He immediately smiled insincerely and nodded. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and cried out, "Umph! Do you think that there will be a next time?" Old Demon Hu laughed softly when he heard this. He did not reply. Instead, he raised his head to look at the thundercloud in the sky that was still giving off a mighty aura. Regardless of how the two of them argued, they still had to help MOD in the end. At this moment, they were suppressing the anger in their hearts and calming down the unhappiness. Both of them placed their gazes on this pill lightning. This was the most important matter. Chapter 219. The two of you, I hope that you can work together. We are not here to fight among ourselves. Let's seize the champion's position first. At that time, the compensation for the two of you will naturally not be lacking. Otherwise, if that kid takes it away, the voice transmission in the ears of the Yan-Bing duo was gradually cut off at this point. Even with Yan-Bing's indifference, she could not help but feel a little moved when she thought of the benefits. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill was a rare treasure to all half-emperors. Even an 8-star half-emperor like him was no exception. As for old Demon Hu, there was even less need to be said. His strength was inferior to Yan-Bing and he greatly desired an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Now that he heard Emodi's words, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his heart. He exchanged glances with Yan-Bing below. The two of them did not look any better than the other party. If it was not for the benefits, the two of them would definitely not stand on the same side. Each half-emperor had their own thoughts. This was especially the case for people like them, who were usually alone. No one was clear about the ulterior motives in their hearts. At this moment, they were able to stand side by side. Perhaps they might suddenly turn against each other at any time. In their eyes, there was only strength and benefits. Although they would not let go of their reputation, it was already an external object. Yan-Bing's body shook and the lightning energy within her body was completely removed. Only then did she once again fly into the air and stand 100 miles away from old Demon Hu. They restrained each other and did not interfere with each other. This was the most balanced solution. At this moment, it seemed that the pill lightning was no longer something that the two of them needed to be worried about. After all, with Yan-Bing's exhaustion earlier, the pill lightning had already reached its final stage. As long as they could endure for a while, the Emperor pill would immediately be produced. Crackle! A thunder sound appeared and a large pitch-black lightning immediately smashed towards the two below. Even with Gu Li's current strength, he could not help but feel some fear in his heart when he saw this frightening might. The pill lightning was really getting stronger with each wave. If this were to continue, wouldn't the outcome be that even the most powerful person would be struck to death? Yan-Bing's expression became even more indifferent when she saw this. Her body swiftly withdrew by 100 steps and handed the battlefield in front of her to old Demon Hu. Old Demon Hu involuntarily frowned when he saw Yan-Bing withdraw. However, the pill lightning had already descended above his head. He no longer had any other choice and could only choose to attack. Old Demon Hu let out a cold snort and waved his sleeves. The large sleeves were wrapped around his arm. His hand grabbed a corner of the sleeves as the do qi within his body surged out wildly at the same time. Numerous green-colored lights repeatedly flashed around old Demon Hu's body. Immediately, he waved his large hand and the sleeves that were wrapped around his arms suddenly shot forward. The originally soft sleeves were a little tougher than steel when they were shot forward. They forcefully scattered the pill lightning when it landed. Whoosh! When old eccentric Hu released this move, everyone in the ancient savage city was immediately shocked. This move was even more shocking than when Yan-Bing had shattered the pill lightning with a single palm. He merely used his sleeve to disperse the pill lightning with a single strike. Such might was truly unprecedented. The corner of old Demon Hu's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a prideful smile when he heard the cheers that filled the entire city. This caused Yan-Bing's heart to become even colder. He did not expect that this old demon who had actually used his earlier action to become so famous. This really caused him to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, before the two of them could do anything, the thunderclouds in the sky once again churned. Numerous frightening thunderbolts once again smashed down furiously. His eyes turned and once again looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. He was completely deaf to everything in the outside world. At this moment, the stone platform that he was on appeared to be isolated from the world outside of the stone platform. Regardless of the wind and rain in the outside world, Xiaoyan, who was within this place, did not see or hear anything. He wholeheartedly threw himself into the calmness in front of him. Although the do qi in his body had already reached the stage where it was completely exhausted and his spiritual strength was already insufficient and close to being exhausted, Xiaoyan still bitterly endured. He was waiting. He was waiting for the moment when the D-pill was born. Xiaoyan firmly believed that the current D-tribulation pill was not far from becoming a true D-pill. At the very least, it was not far from it. As long as he could endure with all his might, the D pill would definitely be successfully born. At this moment, Xiaoyan looked just like a dead person from the outside. His entire body was seated cross-legged in front of the cauldron. Both of his eyes were shut and his face was ashen like that of a dead person. There was not the slightest trace of red blood under his skin. His entire body was motionless and the aura from his nose was incomparably weak. If one did not carefully observe, it would be difficult to imagine that this was actually a living person. Within the medicinal cauldron, the originally raging fierce flame had already weakened by over 10 times. If it was not for the frightening nature of the heavenly flame, it was likely that an ordinary flame would not be able to endure the final step of the pill formation. The result would be a failure at the last step. At this very moment at the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning tightly as they stared intently at Xiaoyan. Their hearts did not dare to relax even a little, afraid that Xiaoyan would suddenly be unable to endure at any moment. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian's face was also anxious as he looked at the incomparably weak Xiaoyan below. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the current Xiaoyan was already using all his strength to squeeze out the last trace of Do Qi in his body to provide for the heavenly flame to burn. If this medicinal pill was still unable to be condensed into an D pill, the result would likely be very dangerous. At this very moment, even the young man beside Elder Xian, who had a calm expression, had a grave expression. He knew that Xiaoyan was going all out for this medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyan would go all out to such an extent. It was really difficult to imagine. I admit that you are indeed very strong and very outstanding. You are one of the few people that I have seen who is willing to go all out like this. You are really a lunatic. The frightening pill lightning continued to struggle and wreak havoc in the empty space. The frightening remnant force continued to smash down. It was as though it would not rest until the D pill was destroyed. Bang! In the empty space, Yan Bing, an old demon who had joined forces to forcefully block the pill lightning from earlier. It was unexpected that even with the combined strength of the two of them, they were unable to gain any advantage from blocking the pill lightning. This pill lightning was really not an ordinary kind of frightening. Yan Bing clenched her somewhat numb hand. She raised her head and looked at the 100,000 feet thundercloud in the sky. At this moment, the thundercloud had finally gradually shrunk in front of the two of them. As long as the pill lightning scattered, the D pill would be produced. Rumble! Yan Bing, an old demon who exchanged glances and smiled as they watched the thundercloud churn once again. Immediately, the Do Qi within their bodies surged. The seals in their hands changed as they prepared to block the next attack. Haha, the final attack is finally about to arrive. Let the old me see just how frightening the pill lightning that is attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill is. Old demon who emitted a cold cry from his mouth while the seals in his hands changed. The Do Qi within his body wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated in his hand. Both of his eyes stared at the frightening pill lightning that was swiftly descending. He gently opened his hand and threw a punch forward.